Hello, everyone, and welcome to Countless Heroes.
Beautiful.
Crazy 16-player West Marches style campaign where I, Logan, kill Pip's character because of the things that his player has done. Where I, Logan, take on...
Reincarnate.
It's okay. I have raised dead now.
When
Okay, we're fine,
you
we're fine.
said I just unprepared
Okay, now
reincarnate,
we're
I
live.
thought you were saying you unprepared it because of what Kyle said.
No, I made the decision like 20 minutes ago.
Hello, everyone,
Hello.
Hi.
and maybe welcome to Countless Heroes.
Maybe.
A crazy 16-player West Marches style campaign where I, Logan, take on 6 of my players at a time. Everything seems to be going okay now. Hello, players.
Hello.
Hi.
He didn't just threaten to kill Pip.
And hello to our amazing audience. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being so patient. The first day of the week always seems to be the hardest, and I was late at work today. So unfortunately, I had less time to get things prepared than I normally do. So it cut into things a little bit. I apologize. But we're here, and we are ready to game. So, when last we spoke, lots of craziness happened. Did anybody play on Saturday?
I did.
All right, Tessa, would you please do a quick recap for us?
I can do a very quick recap. Yes, we discovered through the use of arrows, primeval awareness, and several other things that there was a stowaway on our ship, also known as a gigantic dragon eel attached to the bottom of it, which did not go well when we discovered that it was there, although Callie was very excited to meet a real-life TM dragon. And when she asked him its name, it said God. She wasn't okay with that. And she asked what it wanted, and it just said food and worship. And and the rest of the crew wasn't okay with that either. So after much debate and confusion and shenanigans, Lark went down and said, "There are no non-believers to sacrifice to you, and so I will sacrifice myself," and then hit him in the face with an axe. It went very bad for the dragon eel. So yeah, that was a time. And then we arrived just as we passed through to the thick mists that surround, is it not Mistvale, it's Mistwatch. Mistwatch. And there was a alarmed poof as a small cat by the name of Glitter bamfed in from out of nowhere because he missed his dad and all he had said was, "I want dad," and accidentally triggered a wild magic surge which teleported him from Cinderhaven to our boat just as we passed the limits of time where you can actually teleport back. And we're of course now in the mists, which means sending is kind of iffy on whether it gets there or not, so hopefully Pinball understood my sending that we had Glitter and to go check on Sparks just in case. And that's where we left off, with Callie saying, "Look, Din, you're home."
So, the ship is approaching what appears to be a very small sort of frontier harbor town. The town is not actually connected directly to, or it's not on the land itself. It's on rocks that exist out kind of away from the land, and they've built using local lumber docks that stretch out to these jutting rocks that come out of the sea, making sort of a makeshift dock for larger vessels like this one, about 150 feet away from the small town. The small town has about 10 buildings total. A couple of them are fairly large. The inn being one of them. Looks like it's got several rooms there. It's the only place really to stay if you don't own one of the buildings or live in town. Nobody has started to quote unquote settle the island. It reminds you a lot of Bilgeport. It is just sort of a place of necessity. People who don't want to live under the rules of more polite society have decided to come here and try to make a name for themselves. In addition to making some money, hopefully. So there's a watchtower, also known as the sheriff. There's a storehouse, but it's unfortunately mostly empty. This is information you'll be getting before you guys actually go on. There's a smithy, a baker, the tavern, of course. There is a doctor. There's a mill that's taking care of all of the getting all the wood going, and there is one other called the Scavengers Guild, which is actually the group that does the most dangerous work. They go out into the island and actually collect resources needed for the rest of the town to survive, doing exchanges and things to obviously get the to help keep the town going. So they go out and they find wild animals to hunt and eat, and bring that back to the town and exchange that for goods and services, etc. Once a month, they get a supply drop from the mainland, sometimes, and sometimes they never see those ships again. The idea of you guys appearing here, there was a warning sent, so they actually have things fairly well prepared for you, although there is no hero's welcome like you got when you left your hero's bon voyage when you left Cinderhaven. So the ship is heading over to the dock, and the entire town has one connecting dock that actually spins right in the middle of it. This large hamster wheel towards the end of the docks can be cranked to turn about a 50-foot section of the dock or this bridge, turn it 90 degrees as it kind of floats mostly on the water to prevent animals and things from being able to get over. Although, as Pip looks at it, he goes, "There's most animals would not have a problem here getting over that. Some of them could step right over." 25 feet gap, not a problem. But for the most part, it seems to be working. So we're going to do a little bit of world building today. As you visit the shops, we'll be talking about what type of shop it is, where they are, and things like that. We're going to spend probably the first half of the session dealing with the town, and then we're going to take our first step on Delamina Island. So you guys prepare to disembark. The captain has suggested that we disembark in small groups. We will be here for 3 days before we depart and head to the next destination, while they try to figure out what they're going to do with this new child that is on board. Although it took the crew a little bit to understand it was a child and not a snack. Although the captain did make a good point about it being able to help take care of mice. However, they also have magic for that. So,
Also, if anyone went after Glitter, the entire Cinder Rose would be jumping all over them.
I was going to say,
They wouldn't survive very long.
It would be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
They wouldn't survive very long.
Don't touch our fucking child of a cat.
So as you've come to learn over that time, Zeknar Fettles is from the larger tribes way on the other side of the island, more towards the south. It's that kind of night. It's that kind of night.
Huh?
We just went back to our starting soon.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We're back. We're back now, but I'm trying to figure out why. I'm trying to figure out what happened. So please hold on one second. Please hold.
Technical difficulty Tuesday.
Technical
It's
difficulty.
technical difficulty Tuesday.
I don't. That's not as good as Taco
That's
Tuesday.
too
I
long.
prefer Taco Tuesday.
Tech diff? No, that doesn't sound good. I don't know.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Well, if you're like the letter D could be our detective.
Sure. Well, I'm trying to figure this out. Why not? Thank you for the bits
The
very
laugh.
much. Thank you, Dungeons and Dragoons. Really appreciate that a lot. And I'm gonna try to take care of this real quick so that doesn't happen anymore, which I think I just did. Dance party for you. And all right. Let's hope that fixed it. So Zeknar Fedels has explained that he is from that tribe where the majority of the tribes are. Pip on the other side of the island. Not from that one tribe. There is that one tribe that kind of sits separate from the others. We don't talk a lot about that. We're going to learn more about that as we get towards the southern part of the island. But you guys are in the east. And on the east side of the island is not a place that Pip knows very well, unfortunately. This is not an area that gets explored a lot. The Feroce did not come this way, and Pip did not leave this way. But Pip is and Zeknar are kind of starting to understand that this may become kind of a hub. This might become a thing where we start seeing more and more explorers coming through this town. It makes sense as it's the closest point to the mainland, although it's still several days' journey by the nice ship that you guys came on. But that's that. Soxy, you spent a lot of time with Zeknar.
That would make sense.
Well, you learned Feroce from him, right? Didn't we talk about that?
It was
you?
from Pip.
Oh, okay.
I
never
learned
mind.
Feroce
Got
from
it.
Pip.
Got it. Okay, that's fine.
She also would have been asking him some questions to get a little more basic info in case there was anything he knew that wasn't in Zeknar's book.
I'm waving at someone. I don't know why. Oh, it's my brother who's leaving for a very long trip. Hi, goodbye. I forgot that phone call was coming in tonight. So Tessa was not supposed to be here tonight. She's filling in. I knew she had to take that call, and then of course they had to come in. So anyway, that's our life. Hi.
Yes, and speaking with Pip to try to learn if there was anything she should know right off the bat for when they get to Lamina, since she doesn't have her memory at all, so she doesn't fucking remember anything about Lamina Island.
As Pip says, coming into the east, the chitin didn't come this far either. This is more unexplored to both of you, so not knowing things is okay. I'm assuming he would have taught you some of the basics. Are you trained in nature or survival?
Yes, to both, I think. Let me double check.
Okay, especially if it's both, Pip could have easily helped you learn the basics of, you don't eat these berries, you don't squat here, just the basics.
It's both.
That way. Good. That way, you don't look like a complete idiot and do something that nobody who ever lived on this island would do. And I think a lot of you probably got similar training, learning about that as you went, especially Zeknar, who, even no longer having to keep up the role of being Zeknar Fedels, the icon, still very much loves to talk about home, but now he can talk more openly about who he is and the parts of it that he truly loves. And he probably regales you with all sorts of creatures, big and small, that exist on the island, and some of the tales more fabulous and incredible than the last. And there's always some embellishments, and Pip probably behind nodding or shaking his head as certain things are said. So you guys are going to go into Mist Watch, and you will be getting to know some of the locals as we go. So each person is going to pick a shop that they want to go into, and there's a couple of extra buildings. If anybody can think of a shop that maybe I missed, something that's crucial for a town like this, we can go ahead and add something. But you got to think frontier town. It's going to be necessities only. Not going to be a lot of luxuries here. So there's not going to be jewelers or things like that. So just to recap what we had, we've got the Watchtower Sheriff, we've got the Storehouse, which is basically like a general store, but mostly empty of goods right now. The Smithy, the Baker, the Tavern, the Doctor, the Mill, and the Scavengers Guild. And the Scavengers Guild, we can talk a little bit more about if people want some more information before deciding on something. So if somebody has one of those they'd really like to visit, go ahead and raise your hand and we'll go ahead and start talking about it. And I can go through the list again if we need to. Yes, Heather.
Soxy would actually like to go talk to the Scavengers Guild.
Okay.
As much as they're willing to, she's kind of hoping to get some more information on what the conditions have been like in the area, and also what some of the biggest creatures they have to worry about where they're going next might be.
Sure. So the first thing we're going to do, and this is going to be for Heather, is we're going to talk about the leader of the guild. That's going to be the person you're going to meet and talk with first. It's probably a small guild. There's probably maybe a dozen people total in the guild, and you're talking maybe 100 people total, probably more like 50 to 60 people total that live here in this place. So there's not a lot. They're very well tight-knit. They're all very gruff frontier type people, except maybe for one or two anomalies, which every one of the people you meet can be those types of anomalies. So if you want to make them a little bit different, that's okay. But in general, these are gruff, rough, and tumble type people. So you've got the frontier mentality, this idea that they are here most in the guild to make money. This is a way for them to put their lives at risk to make money, much like adventurers do, only in a bit more of a regulated way. They're looking for very particular things. They're not just going out randomly looking for treasure. They're specifically looking for, Fenijaks and button leeches and what's the stuff that comes out from underneath
Velvet cast.
Velvet
cast. They are looking for things like that, which is the Fenijaks is impossible here, but the Velvet cast is something that probably blows all over the island, but it probably also has some other ecological purpose. May become nests or things like that. So it probably has to be cleaned and things. So there's a lot of thoughts to go through with all that. But we're going to talk about the leader first. So the first question is, who are they? What do they look like? What race are they? What's their name?
Oh, I'm filling in all the blanks.
You're building this character. You're the one creating this NPC.
Okay. You know what? Just because I think it'd be fun to have the leader be something slightly unexpected, let's go with the leader is a gnome.
Okay. All right. What type of gnome? Or just generic for now?
I'd have to look at all the different types.
That's fine. So gnome. All right. So what do they look?
Short, obviously, because it's a gnome. We'll say black.
They could be short for a gnome.
Sure, short for a gnome. Black hair with a little goatee. That's not well kept, but it's there. And scar above the left eye that looks like he probably got raked by something when he was fighting. And it's jungle, so leather would be stupid. So thick linen pants for protection, and a not necessarily leather, but like a thickened canvas of some kind, maybe like double thickness canvas, so it's a little more breathable than leather as some sort of armor.
Okay.
Leather in jungle doesn't make sense. That's a bad idea.
get it on once.
Yeah, and it ain't never coming off again.
All right.
The sweat alone would make it melt into your skin.
So what is this person's name?
Uh,
We can open that up, and other people can come up with ideas too.
sure, let's
if
have
you're open.
chat throw out some ideas, because
Oh, sure. There you go.
doesn't want to think about a bunch of names. Any suggestions, chat?
I just need to know exactly how tall he is if he's short for a gnome.
Rylos. I like that. Thank you, Dungeons and Dragoons. Rylos.
That's a great
Oh,
name.
thank you, Dungeons and Dragons.
Rylos. I really like that. All right, so Rylos is this gnome, and he is this. Give me a little bit of personality on him. Is he sweet? Is he aggressive? Is he grumpy? Is he salty? Is he crunchy? Is he chewy? Wait,
I'm sure he's very
Does he
chewy.
taste good with ketchup?
I'm sure he
Everyone
does.
hates
I think he's sort of not necessarily an asshole, but just very battle hardened.
Okay.
Like he's had to become to survive down here and be the leader, and especially when he's that small. So not necessarily a jerk, but he's just very gruff and to the point. And if he thinks you're weak or useless, he's going to tell you so because he doesn't want you to die or get in his way and cause him or someone else to die. Very practical and to the point.
okay. Alrighty. Okay, that sounds good. Let's see here. So I like every one of my NPCs to have a quirk, even if it may not be apparent. Hold on, I gotta fix it. Sorry, everyone. 1 second.
It can't be.
I need to get my button set up.
What happened?
Oh, Chelsea is having.
Ah,
I guess her internet is not working well.
Sucks. No, my wife. Not wife yet.
Still, hashtag grabby hands.
Yeah, it's gonna do the thinking. Okay, hold on. Sorry. There we go, all fixed. The magic wash.
Is that a Citadel wash or a Reaper wash?
Ooh, Reaper.
Vallejo.
Ooh, Vallejo. Yeah, Vallejo wash is pretty darn good.
Nothing like, nothing quite like paint developed by a chemist. Although they probably mostly all are. But all right.
Sorry, that
Chip
was
was
me
fun.
Vanna Whiting my Vallejo wash.
no worries.
You know, we have a town named Vallejo right here, and it throws me every time. It's just
Mm-hmm.
anyway.
That's what I thought you were talking about. I have no idea what's going on.
Vallejo Paints. It's a paint company. And
I
they're
thought you
really
meant
really.
Vallejo, and I'm like, why are we talking about Vallejo?
Don't look at the man that's in the box in the middle on the top and ever. It's just not, unless it's Kyle or any of the other players.
Vallejo.
So a quirk, even if it's not very recognizable or noticeable right away, what kind of quirk do we got?
Trying to think of. I'm gonna say he's extremely fidgety, like can't sit still to the point of you notice he never stops moving. It's like watching some sort of Energizer Bunny on speed. He just never stops going.
So he has ADHD.
Sure.
It's a mood. That is a big ol' relatable mood.
Talk to anybody that edits any of my audio. Yes. watch my wife nod.
Insert playing card sound effects. Or
Playing
flow.
card sound effects, yes, repetitively, or pen clicking.
If you need shuffled card sound effects, I'm your guy. All right. So, So you're heading over to the Scavengers Guild. Do you have a pretty good idea of what the Scavenger Guild does, I assume? And the information you're looking for is what kind of monster, the biggest bad monster on the block that they have to deal with, the biggest danger, the thing they're always concerned about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up to the other players or chat. If anybody has an idea, and I don't want you to think of any just D&D monster and say the name, I want you to kind of just describe something. It can be small, large, it can be any sort of thing. Just if you've got a very brief description of something, raise your hand and then go ahead and put it out, or chat. You can just post it and we'll go ahead and get something there. Nathan, how did I know?
Did you say describe a monster?
Just briefly describe the monster and what kind of danger it might present to the scavengers as they scour the island, or at least this very small coast of the island, trying to get resources.
Okay, so it's a reptile. It is about 3 feet long, but it's not very tall. It stays very close to the ground, and it has 5 sets of legs. And one of those sets of legs, they have a poison in their claws.
5
that will...
sets of legs? 5 sets of how many legs?
No. Shit.
Or 5 legs?
No.
So
10 legs,
total.
5 pair?
Sure. They have 10 legs. I don't know.
Okay.
Math is not my strong suit. And on at least 2 of the sets, it's actually like a genetic mutation of the variation between. It'll have a poison that once it enters your bloodstream, it will not only cause your body to go rigid and cause paralysis, but it'll also slowly start dissolving your insides, because they have fangs, and they eat much like an arachnid would.
We're probably gonna have to fight one of these. Can you not?
You're talking to someone who's
You're sleeping on the couch tonight.
You're talking. He asked me to
10-legged
describe a
arachnid
monster.
lizard. I like this.
And I have been interested in zoology since I was literally a toddler. Listen, this is shit I know.
I like 10-legged arachnid lizards. Just as a reminder, this is a jungle setting, so if that helps. So unfortunately, I think a flaming mastiff, although very creative, and I'm very excited about using that one later, running around in a forest in woody area may not necessarily be the best option there, Fennec. Although I do appreciate your enthusiasm there. All right, so that's a good one. So then we need a name for this 10-legged arachnid like lizard. If anybody has a catchy name, I'm thinking more not necessarily a scientific or even what might be in a monster manual, but what would these pioneer people call it as a catchy enough name that everyone is going to remember it?
Shit, no.
A shit no?
Okay, but we can actually make that work with spelling and...
You ever deal with one? Shit, no! Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Right, shit no. Right, now we got a who's on first thing going on.
Yeah.
Shit no is what the Ferosh call it. There.
It doesn't translate well.
No. All right. Well, the shit no's fine for now. Till we come up with something better. Okay. Let's do we have one. We can do one other one, so they get two things. Maybe something small. Anybody have any other ideas?
Yes.
Because the smallest things in the jungle can be the deadly. All right, Pip, give it to us.
It is a form of tick.
Ooh.
That when it latches on, it doesn't really cause any weird inflammation or anything. It's like you barely even notice it. It's real bad for Ferosh.
Does it make you sing horrible songs? Is it called a TikTok?
Damn it, Logan.
Sorry,
It's okay. I appreciate the joke.
I don't.
It actually, once it lodges in and it burrows in, it starts to make your bones incredibly brittle. So they call them glass ticks.
Thanks, guys.
I love that.
Thanks.
That's very good.
These are great descriptions. I don't
So
want them in this game.
So it's like it sucks all the calcium out of your bones and makes them weak.
Mm-hmm.
I have another idea.
Well, hold on. We'll get one more from Rosie, actually, and then
I know.
save it, though. We'll have many other parts of the island to explore, so feel free to write them down, or we can spoil them. But we got to get to other things. But Rosie, you had your hand up too, so I want to hear what your idea was, so other people can give you shit for what you're going to have to fight.
Actually, it's not really a monster. It's more of an urban legend.
Okay, I'm down with that.
At the guild, they have this like a head of this thing mounted on the wall. They say that it's some sort of beholder, but it's just a massive kind of almost like a banana slug with a bunch of other shit stuck to it. Completely harmless, but children are petrified of it.
So the one child that exists on this island is petrified of it. Well,
Yeah,
as
pretty
of
much.
right now.
Poor Glitter.
Our
Okay,
poor
what do
little
they
nephew.
call this chupacabra?
The wriggling death.
Wriggling death. I love
No,
it.
wriggling, not wiggling.
I
Wriggling.
said
wriggling.
WR. Okay, so we've got the wriggling death, the shit no, and glass ticks. We've got a very immediate run the fuck away threat. We've got a threat that you have to watch out for, and we have a snipe hunt. I like all three of those. Those were really good. So that's kind of the information you get. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the local flora as well, and to let you know about certain things to watch out for. They do have a few bounties up, so they'll probably have a couple of. I'm sure that the shit no is on there. If you're able to bag a shit no, I'm sure that they'll pay handsomely for it.
Are we actually going with that?
No, but nobody's come up with anything better. And thank you. And yeah, so and the ticks thing, obviously, they'll probably tell you about something like an aloe plant, but a local variety of some sort of succulent that can be used to remove the ticks. Probably hard to find, but it's probably coveted here in the thing. So we can come up with a name for that as well if anybody wants to, and then we can. But that's that. That's what you get from going down to the guild hall and meeting this very sort of fidgety gnome, Rylos. All right. Who's next? Where do you want to visit next? Pip?
Sorry. The baker.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. All right, so talk to me about this baker. You got to understand he's got a limited. It's not like there's wheat all over the place. So we got to think about where in a jungle you might find some sort of natural wheat or something similar. So what do you got?
So the primary grain source really is actually it's like a rice/wheat hybrid. So it actually has this very, very gritty texture until it is mixed with the leavening agent. Which is a type of rock that is almost like a chalk that's ground into a fine powder. And when it reacts with the, whatever the chemical processes are, it breaks down the grain structure and causes the gases to expand and rise. That's the primary.
Sure, I like it. So what's that? What is this grain called? That's an anyone question, unless Pip comes up with something. And we can wait on that question too, so that's okay. So tell me about the baker himself, or herself, I apologize, or themselves. What are they like?
What are they like, or what are they?
Well, what are they? Let's start there.
Okay. Are we allowed Loxodon?
Sure.
It's a Loxodon.
Loxodon baker.
I love them already.
So tell me about this Loxodon baker. Do we have a name? We can come back to it.
Gertrude.
Love it.
Gertie for short.
Gertie the locks.
Dungeons and Dragoons said that we should call the shitno a skittering haunt.
Skittering haunt. I kind of like that.
That is better than shit no.
Because I have another application up in front of half of the chat window, all I saw was you should call the shitno, so I thought it meant you should call them shitno, as in the baker.
Hey, shit.
I have a name.
For what now?
I have a name.
For the skittering haunt? What else? Well, the chat named it. What else you got?
A hail.
A Hailna?
Like hell nah.
Like, yeah, it's like spelled like Hela, you know, the Norse goddess. But it's because when somebody saw it for the first time, they went, "Oh, hail!"
A Hailna. All right, I like it. That's better than a shit no. All right. Perfect. I like those. Okay, so locks on Gertie, Gertrude. Not first and last name. It's just both the first name. The Loxodon Baker, and what? How does Gertrude act?
She is very straight-faced, but has a very dry sense of humor. It's a, you know, you can never tell when she's joking or not. It's like, I'm not really, could I, just 2 loaves, I guess. You know, it's, you're not really sure if she's messing with you, or she's probably messing with you, but it's, yeah, think like a combination of Kurt and Ivy, but way more like stone-faced about.
Okay, so very stone-faced. Speaking of stone-faced, what does her face look like? What does she look like? Besides a Loxodon. Tusks? No tusks?
Yes, her tusks are a little bit shorter than average, and that's probably a personal choice because they get in the way. I don't know. They're shorter than average. She has she keeps jeweled caps on them. It's almost like an affectation, and depending on the day of the week or depending on her mood, she'll have different colors of caps that have different like glass gemstones, like costume jewelry type. It's nothing too precious. She's probably got one set that's like for special occasions, but yeah, most of the time it's just costume jewelry that she uses on the caps. Nathan, tap in.
No, I have a question for you. Is she based off of an Indian elephant or an African elephant?
I was thinking African elephant.
Okay. Good, so she's got the big ol' ears.
Yeah.
She's
I'm just like sitting on the jungle cruise ride going, okay, yeah, that one. Got it.
like I said, so all
I just remember the difference because the Indian elephants, the ears look like the shape of the country. I'm pretty sure.
they're very
Oh, okay.
they have tiny little ears. They're also smaller.
Excellent. So, of course, every NPC has a quirk. You kind of described her. She's very dry and stone-faced. I think that's a pretty good quirk. Did you have something else in mind, or does that work out?
She hiccups when she gets startled.
Just a little toot. I love her so much, Kyle. Oh my god.
This
My
is
new
my new
mom.
mom.
Yeah, new mom.
So, what kinds of what's her specialty? What is the one thing that she always makes sure she has plenty of in the bake shop?
Conchas.
What?
Conchas. They're a sweet, very very bready roll that have a sugary textured topping on them. Delicious when they're very,
Okay.
and also very cold. You know, go to a Food Max any day of the week. And
They're delicious.
Got the damn song stuck in my head. All right. You're gonna have to spell that one for me.
it's Concha, like the shell,
Concha,
like
got it.
conch
Okay.
shell.
And it's basically a little sweet pastry, right?
Yep. It's not quite the buttery of a croissant, but it's very similar to a dried dinner roll as far as the moisture of it, but it's very sweet. So it's really good with tea or coffee.
Okay. I like it. So, because this is not the guild house, everyone is going to have a little bit of advice for life here on the edge of the island. They don't consider themselves to be a part of the island. They don't live on Lamina. They are their own independent group. That's a very big thing here. They like this idea that they are not a part of it for some reason. Not sure why. What is her advice for living here or going to the island or something? She's got a little bit of advice from her world perspective.
Rosie, you got something?
If you eat the seafood from here, you have to eat it steamed, not boiled, or you'll be stuck in the bathroom for days.
Why do I feel like you have personal experience with that statement?
I'm from New England, and the seafood here sucks. Like, the seafood on the West Coast now sucks, because a lot of it's boiled, and it's awful.
Okay. I like it. Perfect.
I'm a little bitter.
I feel like my husband would probably agree with you.
I tried to have shrimp once.
Steamed shrimp?
No, boiled shrimp.
But you just said that's anyway. Sautéed in a pan with garlic and shallots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, sauteed
butter.
or
Open fire
sauteed or
skewers.
steamed. Either way, it's
Or
very,
deep
very
fried.
good. Boiled.
Went to a restaurant that used rosemary skewers, and they put them over a charcoal smoker, and it was just. I'm doing this to
Okay.
myself too, Tessa.
It's okay. It's okay.
I miss good
Thank you again,
seafood.
Anonymous Cheer. Another dance party going while we continue.
This is very sad music, yeah.
I don't know what was going on with that. All right, so that was the baker. Good job, guys. What is next? And if you have a name for any of these for the shop, that's okay too. They don't need to have a name. It could just be Baker right now. But if you happen to come up with a name or somebody has a name, they're welcome to share that option as well. And that includes chat, by the way. Anybody out there is willing to participate in these discussions, these world buildings as we're doing. We're going to be doing a little bit of this all week as we start to explore the island. At least the next 3 days, we'll be talking mostly about what happens here in this town, and then we're just going to start to explore as we go more in the islands. And then when we get to the Faroche and the other races that exist in the island, the Chitin, and a couple of new surprises, we'll start to discuss more and more about that. So, Tess, are you ready to pick a place?
The shop should be called Junk in Your Trunk.
Junk in your trunk. What does that have to do
Or
with
Junk
bread?
for Your Trunk. I don't know.
You don't show. They don't eat with their
sweets. You
nose.
put junk in your trunk because you eat too many sweets.
All you need is love. And need,
Oh, I like
of course, is spelled need.
I like that better.
All you need is loaf.
Loaves.
All, all you need is loaves. All you need is love. I like that. KNEAD is love.
No, I picked a crewmate last time I was on to let people who have not had a chance to build
Okay,
anything.
sure. Nathan?
Can you list the things again?
Sure, absolutely. We have left is the storehouse, which is kind of like a general goods. With the smithy, we've got the tavern, we've got the doctor, we've got the mill, and we have a couple of others in case we come up with other ideas of things that are necessities in a town like this. Oh, and then we have the sheriff as well, the watchtower, if I didn't say that.
I think I'm gonna go with the doctor.
All right. So you're going to go check in with the doctor. Doctor who? I don't know. Let's find out. So You are.
That was terrible.
Is he on first?
Yes, he is. He's on first. So you are
Wait,
heading
who?
over to.
No, who's on second?
I
What's
don't
on
know if
second?
What's on
Who's
second?
first? I don't know's on third.
I
Who's the
love
shortstop?
all of you.
I'm gonna Muppet walk out of here.
That was an adorable Muppet walk. Okay. So you're going to go to the doctor. So let's talk a little bit about the doctor. What does the doctor look like? What race are they? How do they present? What do they like? Autumn, welcome.
Hey, Autumn. So, they're a tiefling.
Of course.
I'm so upset.
I'm waiting for the
There
end
could
of
be more
that
than one
disaster child.
I came out here to have a good time, and I'm honestly feeling so attacked.
Sorry.
Alright, so they're a tiefling.
Mhm.
They use they them. They're agender. And they keep their horns filed. They come out from their brow ridge, but they keep them filed down to nubs, that kind of Hellboy-esque style. Except it's not flat, it's been kind of rounded, so it has a little more of a
Nubby nub.
yeah. But they're still definitely there.
Okay.
They have, instead of like hooves, they have paws that kind of resemble like cat paws. They got a little,
Okay.
They got a little toe vein. And their tail is also very short. They have a very short tail that doesn't even go past their knees. And they have like a kind of like a light mossy green tone to their skin, and their hair is like a very nice, like rich, almost chestnut, but not quite that red undertone. They've got a nice brown hair.
Sure.
That's
Okay.
yeah.
Great.
Don't let the artist keep going. Don't let the
No,
artist.
you did very well. I mean, you always do every time. You did Ivy, one of the great description. I loved your description of Ivy.
Oh God, I forgot that. I just...
So what? I don't forget. What are their name?
What are their name? Their name. Their name is
Dell.
D.
Dell the doctor. Dr. Dell. Dr. Dean Adele. Okay. Not a doctor. So they're a doctor. Okay.
Yes, they're.
Excellent. So they so my next question is, what is their personality like? How do they talk? How do they act?
I feel like they're very sweet. They kind of have a general like very kind and like, oh, let me see what I can do to help you. They're very patient. But when if a patient tries to act like they know more than them, they'll be like, okay, no, this is how this is gonna happen. You're gonna listen to me. You're gonna sit down. You're gonna take what I say. Okay. Like kill them with kindness kind of thing. Like they can be like, but they're typically very chill. They're typically pretty chill.
Okay.
Don't confuse your Google search with my medical degree.
Yeah, that's them. That's them in a sentence.
Oh my god, dude.
My stepfather has that but law degree behind
Yeah.
his desk.
We have that, but vet med. Ugh.
You have a but what?
We have that problem at work, but it's vet med. Vet
Oh yeah, yeah.
medicine. I looked this up and it says this food is the best one for my cat. No, your cat has kidney
Mhm.
disease. That's the worst food for your cat.
So, what is their quirk?
When they start getting irritated, their nose kind of starts scrunching up a little bit and twitches.
Crunchy nose.
And a twitch. Kind of like a bunny. I just really like this tiefling already. I already love them.
I like the twitches like a bunny. Does that mean the paws are a little bit like bunny too, or are they
I'm
more?
gonna say they're more bunny.
Okay, because I think bunnies have beans, don't they?
Yes.
They do. They
Yeah.
just
Bunnies have such good.
They just have very powerful feeties.
Powerful feeties.
Their
Right.
ears probably kind of droop, almost kind of like a lop. So they.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll allow.
I've never thought of a bunny-based tiefling, but goddamn, that's a.
That is adorable. I like this. Alrighty. So they've got a twitchy little scrunchy nose when they get annoyed. They're pretty chill and relaxed, unless you're trying to show off and know more than them, or think that you know more than them. That's good. So so you meet the doctor, and the doctor will tell you probably a lot of the same type of advice of things to avoid in around the area, and which is going to give everyone basically a lot of what you're learning here. You're going to get anyone in this particular area just for today, this little jaunt just onto the island we're going to take a little bit later. It's going to allow anybody out there to make advantage on survival checks as you guys are learning this information. So that's what you guys are getting here from all of this. But instead of role playing it out forever and ever and ever and taking hours for that, we're just going to go ahead and kind of move on to that. Now, the doctor is going to have one piece of advice for you on the island, for life on the island, from their very scholarly perceptions. What is that advice? And again, any of this is open for the audience to chime in as well. We're watching chat, so if you have some ideas or things, you're welcome to chime in.
I feel like I should. I already have an idea, but I feel like I should give the audience a
No,
chance.
if you have an idea, let's hear it. I'd rather get through it than wait. We can have lots of advice come from lots of. It could be more than one if we like both of them.
Their advice to Nathan / the party is: do not touch the red moss. You don't want to know why you do not want to touch the red moss. Don't touch the red moss.
That makes
Moss
me want
equals
to touch the
bad.
red moss more.
Do you value your limbs? Don't touch the red moss.
All right, red moss equals bad. So you say goodbye to Dell, the doctor, Dr. Dell, and start heading out to a hand raise. Who's ready? Tess?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, Tess, where did you want to go?
The smithy.
The smithy, which makes sense.
Callie is
Right.
looking for, some sort of grounding, common remembrance of Afra, I guess. Just where she is. She is at.
All right, now the question is, will she find it? And I guess that's kind of up to you now. So what is this person? What does this person look like?
Soraya is a tall, kind of lanky Goliath woman who has very intricate markings and has used the indigenous dyes around the area of different plants that she collects and different exotic flowers to decorate her marks, almost similar to Lark, but instead of every color is more
Sort of a red mossy color.
no, not a red and mossy color. Uses them to accentuate her marks, almost like she would make up, rather than just paint splotches.
I love her.
And while she can work in finer metals like copper and golds and silver, she definitely prefers to work in irons and steels.
Okay.
And Soraya is Suriah.
I was so close.
Soraya. Soraya. Delilah song stuck in my head now. And that's Kyle's fault. Believe it or not, it's actually Kyle. Because he makes me hear that in my head all the time.
So yeah, I'm
All right, so what does Soraya act like? What are they like?
she's a little bit more on the reserved side. She's she can get rowdy and can get kind of boisterous if there's a challenge issued. She's the first one down at the pub to enter a drinking competition or an arm wrestling competition. She's very excited about feats of strength, that kind of thing. But for the most part, her demeanor is one of more of introspection and observation, unless someone is throwing out a challenge.
Okay. And what is their quirk?
The quirk I was thinking was that they collected indigenous fauna and used it as makeup, was what I was kind of thinking.
Oh, okay. All right.
Indigenous flora, not
I was gonna
fauna.
say flora.
Yeah, it's a
Flora.
little-
Flora
That's a little
because
dark.
Tessa can't talk.
Little bunny,
Well,
little bunny.
No, I
I-
was thinking of flora, not fauna. Sorry,
Well,
I have a lot of cold medicine in my
I was
head.
gonna say, yeah, you're doing good for that.
Oh.
We appreciate you.
a lot of the time, beetles were often used and still are today as different forms of pigments. So, technically speaking, that would not be incorrect or morally.
Given that we're in the island full of giant walking beetles, I don't think she wants to do that.
But they
But noted.
Maybe her quirk is she's a fucking serial killer. She's the big bad of the island.
Jesus Christ!
No, this
I
island has much
know,
bigger bads than that.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh shit! I am like 2'3". God damn it!
So
Yeah, it means you're
Tessa's-
harder to see. 2'3",
It's
harder to
true.
see.
I'm
I've
a very
always said
tall,
that.
tall man.
And I keep forgetting that I can use my bonus action to disengage and hide because I am a goblin.
So Soraya has a little piece of advice for you for the island. What is that advice, Callie or anybody who, if Callie doesn't have?
Don't leave without your weapons. Your party is only as strong as the person carrying what protects you, shield or weapon. What were you
Okay.
saying, Kyle?
Oh, I was saying since you're not collecting fauna, she doesn't have a roach.
Mm-mm. Very nice.
Rochi.
Next time
If you have to
invite Soraya.
groom your pet cockroach, is that a roach clip?
Yes.
And I'm not really proud of any of these tonight. I'm not doing well. I'll leave the jokes to you guys tonight.
Pass the
I'm-
joking to the left-hand side.
Yes.
Mhm.
Joke, pass.
Choke, pass.
I thought you said choke.
Well, I mean, first timers.
If you choke for too
Okay.
long, you do.
That's true.
Guys, I have a very amount of water that I can drink at one time where it's not painful. So having me choke on water while I'm trying to drink is not helpful.
Choke, pass.
Yeah.
Perfect
Please
example,
don't-
Tessa.
please don't
Thank
pass.
you.
Thank you for acting out our lives. All right.
You're welcome.
So, who's next?
Rosie.
Rosie.
Rosie has no idea.
All right, Rosie. Rosie, it's time for you to put baby back to its big size. So, gonna get a lot of trouble for that one. That was nothing. That was not any sort of copyrighted anything by anyone.
I was talking about the noise that just came out of my
Oh, okay.
boyfriend's mouth, but I mean,
Rosie, baby,
Uh,
snack.
Has Soxy done one? Did we do
Rosie-
three already? Oh, have we done
Rosie
four?
makes baby into snack.
Oh, so Rosie's the only one left. So let's help Rosie out. Rosie, just pick one of the locations.
You're gonna have to list them out for me again, my dude.
My food. I like food. Dude is a gender neutral dude. I got really excited about that on Twitter today. All right, let's see here. So we have two pages back. We've got the watchtower with the sheriff, the storehouse, the tavern, and the mill.
I would like to do the storehouse.
Wow, nobody went for the tavern. I'm shocked.
No.
Okay, the storehouse.
No, tavern. I want the tavern. Give me the tavern. I want.
All right. Well, after you're done, we're going to turn to the audience for the tavern because we really need to figure that one out because obviously that's going to be a very important place to go. Thank you again. So the storehouse.
Okay.
So let's talk about the storehouse. Rosie, let's just start with the race. What race is the owner of the storehouse? What type of folk are they? A line. They're square. They're a goblin.
Goblin. There's not
They're a
goblin.
gerblin.
They're a herb
Gerblin?
gerblin.
They're a herb gerblin. Their name is Herb.
No, they're hobgoblin.
Okay, what if they're a hobgoblin named Herb?
Yeah, that's what I'm down with it.
A half goblin named Herb.
Hobgoblin.
Oh, hobgoblin.
There is
Are they
not
a
nearly
hobgoblin or a normal goblin?
hobgoblin.
Regular goblin, just really tall.
A really
So
tall
everyone
regular
thinks they're a
goblin.
hobgoblin.
Got it.
Everyone thinks they're just a short hobgoblin, but that's no.
Anybody else have Frank Zappa going through their head right now?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Tall goblin does not equal hobgoblin, but they are. Okay, so we got a goblin. So this tall goblin, what are they male, female, gender neutral?
Male.
Male. Okay. Do you have an appearance? What do they look
They
besides being tall?
are rather gangly looking. They have this sort of almost blue-ish kind of tinted hair, like Rosie's. It's kind of all over the place. A lot of his teeth are broken, and some of them are open. He has fewer notches in his ears than a lot of goblins do, simply because he's a little more kind-hearted and
Okay.
soft-spoken. Until someone tries to screw with his things, and then, eat them. And then for a quirk, I was thinking that the most valuable things that he has are kept in his mouth. Again, it's more of a
So
goblin
similar
thing
to
than anything.
what Rosie does. Cool.
Rosie puts everything in her mouth, but but I mean, yeah.
Okay.
So the reason he's soft-spoken is because he's constantly doing a Marlon Brando impression.
So what? So what advice? Do they have a name? Did we actually come up with a name, or did
Herb.
you like Herb? Herb the Gerblin. Okay.
Herb the Gerblin.
Herb. So what advice does Herb have for the party?
I would like to pass that on to chat if they would like to.
All right, chat. Do you have any good advice for our party? Something creative, something unique, something not that.
Sorry.
So in the meantime, let's also talk about the tavern. So we've got a tavern. So a tavern is a bar and the inn kind of combined, and we'll need to have a person who mans it, the barkeep. Probably just the one person that manages the entire thing. So we'll need the race, what type of folk they are, and kind of a little bit of a description. So first person to pop a race down, we're going to make that the race. So whoever kind of puts that over there. Oh, Bennett got it. A Feroce hunter known as Snagglefang. Oh, not a Feroce hunter, a Feroce that was a hunter. Got it. Okay. I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. All right. Are most Feroce pure white? I don't know that's true. but that's an interesting idea.
They have similar colorings to your standard domesticated ferret. So they'll be roan, they'll be sable, they'll be.
Are you telling me that we missed the opportunity to give Pip a bandit mask?
He has a bandit mask.
Like a dark one.
The white ferrets don't have a dark one, though.
Okay, but what if they did?
They could. That's the
Then
point.
they would
They could.
belong in DuckTales.
Ooh.
I was about to do it, but I knew everyone was going to do it. It was going to be hell on me.
God damn
That's
it.
one.
God damn it. Now the fucking Tolas theme is stuck in my head.
Oh, we got some good names popping out there. Let's see here. I actually really like Yuan Ti, so we're gonna go with the Yuan Ti for now, because we don't use the Yuan Ti very much, and this is a great spot for them. Although we're gonna keep that ferocious Snagglefang around. So we got a Yuan Ti, male or female? That's the next question. Dungeons and Dragoons. I mean, this is kind of your male. And then, what do they look like? A little bit of a quick description and a quick demeanor to them and how they act, and maybe obviously we've been through this 5 times, so what type of quirk they have, how they might treat the party and how they might treat the others around them, the types of things they might say or do. Are they pleasant? Are they aggressive? Are they frustrating? Kind Yuan Ti. That's only a little suspicious.
Why?
Kind?
Why? I have a very, very sweet Yuan Ti.
And I have a
Very
half dragon
genuine.
born.
Okay, so we got a Yuan, and then did you have a name? Dungeon and Dragoon. Sorry.
Wahahaha. That is the name.
Oh, and what type of snake they look like? That's a good place to start.
Please, ball pythons, please!
We had a
Hognose.
We're a hognose!
we had a very unique lizard folk on the previous on the ship. Who is that? Does anyone remember? I gotta look that up.
Oh, yeah, that was looking in the knoll. It was.
Anole, was that the name of it?
No,
It wasn't Anole.
Oh, isn't it a knoll? Oh my god!
Those fucking
Griff,
bastards.
the clumsy Anole lizard folk who does not have a tail right now.
Oh, Knolls are bastards.
Hognose.
They grow back. Green anoles can lose their tail so much.
But it's still sad. What did
And then we just need a name, and then we're good to go with this one. And then we still need advice from Herb the Goblin. Did anybody see any advice out?
Don't die.
Spend more money.
Then,
He looks like his hognose, guys.
yes, he is a hognose. I like that. A little hognose Yuan Ti. So similar patterns. Norbert.
Oh my god.
Norbert the hognose Yuan.
I
Okay,
just
babe?
want to.
That's
I just
the
wanna
sweetest
mention
fucking thing ever.
that
I love hog noses.
A lot of people that own snakes, because a lot of people are afraid of them. A lot of people expect them to be given like names that are like along with stuff from fandoms and stuff. Like my roommate wanted me to call mine Salazar. Every single snake that I've ever met in my entire life has been named like Leonard or Douglas or Bob. Like they always have super normal names. So every single time that you on T are given like really general names, I'm like, I laugh.
I like that Herb the Goblin's advice was literally don't drink the seawater. I think that was a great type of advice a goblin would give. Like, of course we tried,
He's
but
done
you know,
it.
it's really not exactly, yes. Don't do that. That if I was gonna give you one piece of advice, that's it. Don't drink. Oh, okay, I got it, buddy. Thanks for the warning.
And it distinguishes them from the inhabitants of the island because there's no seawater on the island.
There
It's
you
only
go.
here in the rock.
There you go.
Rosie definitely tried to drink the seawater on the way over.
Nathan grabbed her by the collar to yank her back.
So, and again, thank you to everyone for all the support. Thank you for the creativity. You guys are all amazing. So let's talk about this town a little bit. So like we said, it's a very small, sort of just one strip town with a few buildings. The tavern is kind of right in the middle. It is the place where most people spend their days, get their hot meals and things. Nearly everybody in the town eats here. There's no, very little people cook at home. As their homes are just little, usually small little hovels above their shops or the back of their shops. So a lot of people come here to eat if they're not just kind of eating leftovers or some dried meats or something. The tavern itself can seat probably about 20 people, and it's got about 10 rooms. 2 of which are currently taken, but I don't know. None of you necessarily need a room right now because you've got the ship to stay on. So there's nothing there. Rosie, yes.
Can this tavern be made entirely of corners?
No.
Damn
it. Just a big star-shaped building with nothing but corners.
So everyone can be dark and broody in the corner of the tavern.
Which one? All of them.
So,
Just a pack of changelings.
So as you guys come into the tavern, there's quite a few people around. They have a very unique sort of bar game they play. Does anybody have any ideas for this unique bar game? And Pokemon or prescription does not count. Okay, well, we can talk more about that in a bit. So
Norbert for free drinks.
The ring toss onto Norbert's nose. Is that what you just said?
For free drinks.
All right. So they have these little they have these little rings. How would they make these rings? What are they made out of? Wood, probably. Just little
Vines.
rings of
Little vines that have been braided.
oh,
in
little
circles.
woven vines of rings, and
Wood
you have to
would
stand
hurt.
back and now does Norbert get to dodge this, or is he just doing his normal routine? People are just tossing things at him all day long. Is that what's going on here?
There's a set time every single day.
Every day. Okay, so there's a set time, a certain number of people. They get an opportunity, like the first 5 people, or the people who spent bought the most beer the day before or something, get an opportunity to toss the ring, one chance each to throw this ring, and if they hook Norbert's nose, they get a free drink. They eat and drink for free for the day. I like that. That's a neat little game. What do they call this game?
Throw rings at Norbert.
Spook the Snick.
Ring around the Norbert.
Oh, poor Norbert.
Norbert knows
Well, Norbert's
best.
putting this on. Obviously, he's the
Norbert
owner.
knows
So
best. I like Norbert.
Norbert knows best. Sure, perfect game name that I can't pronounce easily.
Oh my god, Dragoon.
Did we already get a picture? Oh Jesus! All right.
I love Hogwarts.
Resident Snake Mom is dying.
So is Resident Snake Dad.
I want a Hognose so bad.
Funny, there's not any actual images of Hognose Yuan-Ti though.
Not yet.
Because they're cowards.
The snakes or
No, the people.
Oh, shots fired.
I mean, Hognoses are. Yeah.
All right, so he's one of the more snake-like of the Yuan-Ti. Maybe not necessarily snake body, but at least snake-like head. I always worried about putting a snake body on things. I don't know why. So I like legs and pants. And
Okay, but also
Be a
like if
naga.
he has the snake tail, he could just go around a table and push all of the chairs in at once.
Oh, that's a good idea. All right.
Norbert the Naga. The hog-nosed Naga.
So they have one singular bard that exists in this town, and they're not much of a bard. There are a couple other people that play some instruments, and they sit down. And they do have a sing song now and then. What is the name of the one most requested song by this this particular bard? What do they play the most? What is so often requested? Let's leave Norbert out of this one.
Don't fucking die.
Don't fucking die. Okay. So what type of song is Don't Fucking Die?
It's a love ballad, but it's titled "Don't Fucking Die."
In the
the
round.
style of
Round.
In the style of-
Absolutely, Kyle. In the fucking goddamn round.
I will write it, Logan. I will write "Don't Fucking Die."
Oh, I like Drunken Hunter.
That'll be the second. Drunken Hunter will be the second most. So Don't
it's
Fucking
Snaggle
Die.
or Snaggle.
Because
Snaggle
Don't
Fang.
Fucking Die is in the
the
round. It's popular because it's a participation sport.
Is the Feroce guy Snaggle Fang? Is he the bard?
Snagglefang is the bard. The Feroce Hunter, Snagglefang is the bard. And his favorite song is The Drunken Hunter.
I'm about to ruin Snagglefang's life.
What type of instrument
you can
does
try.
Snagglefang play?
The oboe.
The oboe.
So he can't sing while he's playing.
He's very talented. Just out of the corner of the mouth.
He plays the nose oboe.
The Nobo?
The nobo.
All I can imagine is that one Vine of the Kid doing the John Cena theme with the two fucking recorders.
No, let's do something. Since we've already determined these things, let's do something that's not a wind instrument. Let's do
A
no
dub-
blowing. For,
Damn it,
for
I was gonna say
Snaggles.
trumpet.
What
No
were you saying?
blowing.
A dubro.
Yes.
The Doug rope?
No, a dobro, like my guitar, baby. Or
Oh.
my dad.
That's a complicated instrument, so we must prize it great.
Fucking
Do I
love the way
hear
it
that I
sounds.
need to steal an instrument?
Okay, so he's got this this instrument, Snaggletooth. He's a Feroce. Alrighty, so he's singing this song. He's just off in the corner, one of the many corners in this bar, singing. Just his normal little thing, and he does occasionally songs about different people in the bar, just to kind of liven it up. And so while you're there and eating or whatever, I'm very happy to be off of the ship's rations, I'm sure. Although you did have a chef or two on the ship, plus you had Pip there, so things probably got livened up pretty quickly there. But it is probably very typical the same, lots of fish, and it might be nice to have something that's not fish after 3.5 weeks at sea. With the only fresh fruit that you had was the stop off about halfway. There was a little tropical island that you guys ran into that had a bunch of fresh fruit on it. So you guys are in the bar, just kind of hanging out, relaxing. Are you excited about getting local food? Are you going to try anything? And if so, what is it that you try? You can choose a food, a beer, a fruit, animal, pretty much anything. Nathan.
It's called a moon pear.
A moon pear. Ooh, I like it.
And when it grows naturally, the reason it gained the name moon pear is because it forms naturally in a crescent shape, similar to a banana, but it's almost connected. There's just kind of like an off-center hole through it. It is a naturally silvery kind of blue fruit. and the flower that produces the fruit only blooms at night. It is very, very sweet. I'd say something akin to, honestly, something similar to, my first thought was grapefruit, but I don't.
Oh, citrusy then?
Those are not sweet.
I know they're not. That's why I said I don't know why I thought of.
Okay.
I
But
don't
it's
really
more of a
know.
pear-like texture is what you're trying to go for
Yes.
there? Okay.
Yeah, it's a pear.
All right. So where there's a pear-like texture and a sweet fruit, we absolutely have fermented versions of it. So probably we had that before we had anything else. What is made from this this very sweet pear-like fruit? Yes, Nathan. That's okay. Go for it.
Moondrop.
Moondrop Ale. Oh, I love that name. Moondrop Ale. Perfect. So this is a particular type of sweet ale, or I might even do a mead too, but ale's fine. The Moondrop Ale, and it's something you've never had anywhere, ever. It doesn't exist anywhere, but right here, right now. So that's the type of thing. That's perfect. Exactly the type of thing we're looking for to kind of flesh out what type of food and drink that you might find here. Anybody else have an idea?
Callie's just watching Pip, and whatever Pip orders, Callie will follow suit because she trusts his taste buds.
Jenny, speak.
Rosie's.
So I was thinking specifically, there is a specific field that is rumored to have a slight connection to the Feywild, just very small, and it grows a kind of berry known as Dragon's Fire because it's spicy and then cold and produce a kind of mist as you're chewing it. So kind of like the fucking...
So it's almost like a stinging mint type with the spice. It kind of hits. And,
yeah, like a cinnamony, and then it cools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Neat. And then it just kind of bursts a little.
Yeah.
And kind of has this kind of almost aerosols. You know, it just turns into little particles, kind of puffs out.
Kind of like the frozen kind of candy stuff with the freeze-dried stuff that kind of causes the...
Like it's I saw it on the internet. It's like the frozen
Yep.
cereal that they dunk in liquid nitrogen.
In
and
liquid nitrogen, yeah.
And then you eat the
basically.
cereal, and it makes it look like you're smoking, basically like vapors coming out
Oh,
of
that
your
stuff
mouth
is
like a
good.
dragon.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Okay.
I've had that before.
I can't have it because I have sensitive teeth, so I'm going to put it in the D&D world so my character can
So your
have it.
character can have it. Who has sensitive teeth? Damn. All right. I like this.
Rosie would
Okay.
just be shoveling them into her mouth. In a
So I'm going to
handful.
turn to our resident chef, Kyle. What do they take these dragonfire berries? What do they do with these berries to transform them into something amazing? Maybe a dessert or something? What do they do with it?
Yes. When you dry them, they become very, very almost like a very, very thin membrane around what looks like a fluid of some sort. That when they are put in a large batch and kind of mashed to make a jelly almost, it almost instantly coagulates, and the vapor is all throughout it, and so it almost like traps the vapor within it, so it looks like it's constantly like this smoky jam, and they bake it into scones.
That's fucking
Okay.
cool. I could also see
I love
a form of like a jam form of it being used to lightly top just a simple shortbread cookie.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of things they can do with it at that point. But yeah, I like that. So the scones is one of the main specialties. I like that. Good. Okay. Well, let's do one more.
It's,
Anybody else have? Oh, go ahead.
It's considered a special a delicacy if you can manage to bake the scones without bursting the dried berries. It's very difficult, but if you can do it, it's like, wow, your skill is off the charts because you were so gentle with how you were folding the dough and incorporating it that it it took a lot of skill.
Excellent. All right, let's do one more, and then we're gonna move on. Or we can move on now. It's okay.
There is a vegetable.
Oh, good.
That's it. It's just a vegetable.
There's one vegetable that grows on the island. Nobody eats. It's broccoli.
Broccoli's delicious.
It's a common, unliked vegetable.
So, it is very similar to a morel mushroom, but it's much more rigid. It's much more like it has a firmer structure to it.
Is that a mushroom that's always happy? Did you say forel mushroom?
Hey, where's that
All
get
right.
out screen, Caden?
Who knows? There.
Oh,
Nope, that's
that's
not
not it,
Well,
but I
mean,
mean,
that
I
works
guess.
too. All right, so tell me about these mushrooms.
So they have to be eaten within a day because much like a lot of mushrooms, there's a couple of mushrooms that they will actually start to like turn into this black decaying goo, and they're good. You have to eat them very quickly, otherwise they go away. You can't use them when they are chopped up. They become almost like a natto type texture. They have that fermented soybean. It's like very, very sticky and very like okra like, but it tastes like cheese. So it's literally like cheese covered broccoli made out of mushrooms, and it's all one and done. So you just chop it up and saute it and put it in your face.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you make
Why?
a cheese flavored mushroom because it doesn't have dairy, and we are both lactose intolerant, so we can enjoy them? Yeah.
Ooh.
So,
I
I
was
like
actually gonna go with making like a candy cap mushroom, like they actually have, which are frequently used in ice creams right now as a sweetener. It's got kind of a maple syrup type. Remember when we had some on my birthday, Logan, at Mendocino, where they made the mushroom ice cream because it's
Sure. Yes, of course I remember this. Amazing trip to Mendocino with my wonderful wife. I do remember the trip. I just don't remember the ice cream.
It's okay. I was very happy with it.
Awesome. So, what is this mushroom called? The Wisconsin cap. I know.
Aiden, where are you at?
Aiden, where are you when we need you?
Let's see.
We can always come back.
Yeah, let's come back to it.
No, we're going to keep away from Shale. All right. We'll come back to that one or come up with another name. Alrighty. So, as you guys are sitting and relaxing and getting to know the locals, speaking to a few people here and there, getting some other advice about the island and people's experiences, nobody has ever mentioned seeing any of the large water-dwelling creatures that Zeknar Fedos likes to talk about here, which is one of the reasons they chose this spot. But they have on other parts, while sort of going around the island on boat and things or fishing, they have seen hints and signs of them. Yes, Pip?
Curdle cap.
Curdle cap. Perfect. So this, there were a lot of reasons to choose this spot, but that was one of them. And they talk a little bit about the founding of it, that it was started, just a couple of years ago. It started as this crazy idea that there might be something valuable on this island, that people are coming here for things like the cast, and button leeches, and that high hopes that they might be able to find some phenojecks, just in case. Not sure how you would get any of that without harming, bartering with a feroche. But there's that. So, and then it kind of grew from there, and more people heard about the idea and the riches that were being made by the people that were here, not really remembering all of the people that have died here, which is probably more people than actually live here at this point. The idea is over the last couple of years, probably about 50 or 60 people have died here because of various diseases, and there's a reason why they have so many rules about what you're not supposed to touch and what you can touch, and things. And you'll learn more about the local flora and fauna as well. So while you're in the middle of all of this learning and discussing and talking and chatting, there's other crew members here as well, and people are happy to have new people to talk to. God, that's really high. Sorry. The leader of the guild house, which we had a name for it, I'm trying to remember it now. Rylos, right? No, is that Rylos?
Rylos was the leader, yeah.
Yeah, Rylos. Rylos is going to come in and come over to you guys, and he sits down and he picks up a fork, and he's the fidgeter, right? See, this is the problem with doing too many of these.
Yes, he's the fidgeter.
Yeah, so he picks up a fork and he kind of starts doing that, hit it on the ground, just kind of flip it over and over and over, and says, "So, you are adventurers, right? You're for hire. Is that my understanding?"
No.
Okay. And he takes the fork and starts to head
I'm
out.
kidding. I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. Good one. People in danger. Good one. I have 3 of my men that have not reported back, and scouts out looking for them seem to think they might have been in some sort of danger, where they were exploring a new area, and I was hoping that I might be able to hire you. Now, we don't have a lot of money, but we do have goods. We could also offer our services. But as guides or such, normally something we would charge for. If you would be willing to help us, we're just worried about the level of danger. We don't have enough men right now that aren't out doing other projects. If that's something you're interested in, I would love to describe a little bit more about what we need.
I've been stuck on a boat for too long, so that sounds good to me.
Yeah, I agree.
So last week, one of our scouts was out and found some ruins about a mile into the island, which is about as far as we've ever gone. It is not an easy path, and so we sent 3 of our best out there to take a look at these ruins. We knew that there was some sort of primitive life there, or some sort of savage life there, that seemed to be making weapons. We found a few arrowheads or spearheads, so we knew that there was something in the area, but we sent them very well armed and very well prepared. So we're not sure what happened to them, but these ruins are we were having them explore these ruins, looking for obviously artifacts and things that we might be able to sell to the universities, or any natural resources that we could find, or anything else we might not even know about, as every week we're discovering something new that might be valuable to someone. That's where they evidently went, and they haven't returned. They were supposed to be back earlier this morning. Normally we only send them out for 1 day, and a mile into the jungle, you think that a day might be a little long, but I assure you it's a very difficult path.
Were any of them wearing anything distinct that we could use actually as a
Every one of them wears a pin that is, and he'll show you his. It's got the guild symbol on it. It's just a little bone pin that they've painted a symbol on. But we keep things relatively inexpensive around here.
Fine. I have a spell that can help locate objects. I might be able to focus in on that pin when we're further in the jungle and see if I can't find them that way.
You want to repeat that again for the audience, please?
I said I have a spell that I might be able to focus in on that pin with when we're a little bit closer into the jungle and see if I can't locate where they might be.
Oh, excellent. That would be very helpful. What would you need from me to before you go head out?
Pip, Zoxy, you're more likely to know what's needed here.
Whatever maps you have made of the area. So
Yes,
that,
of course.
Various
Specifics. Oh, sorry, Pip. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's a discussion. We can.
I
get
was
more
just
done.
going to say some specifics on any of the actual things that you know exist along the path. Obviously, things
Yes.
might come and go, but
We have markers all along the way. They're very well numbered for this area, where we find certain natural resources such as the mushrooms or the berries that we pick and things. There's quite a lot of that along the way, so we know exactly where those markers are. We can tell you, and we have areas to avoid as well.
This is good. What kind of equipment do you think that we will need along the path? Like climbing gear, or you?
You won't be going so far as to get to the cliffs. There are some cliffs that are a little bit beyond that we can see, but again, this is as far as we've ever gone. It's within, maybe a quarter mile of the cliffs themselves. So I suppose there's a chance that they may have had to take refuge somewhere in the cliffs, but depending on what the dangers were.
Okay. So yeah, climbing gear, that would be good. Just in
Which we
case.
have if you need. You're welcome
always
to
a good
borrow it.
idea, just in case. Never know.
Is there any particular thing that you are on the lookout that you are hoping to find? The unknown, of course, you were wanting to explore
Anything
that.
new is always good, unless it's
No
bad.
is No is good unless it is not.
Right.
Anything valuable. I mean, you spend enough time with us at this point. You know some of the more valuable items that we look for. Anything rare, of course, treasure of any kind. Although we found very little of that. But this would be your excursion, not ours. So we wouldn't expect you to share anything other than maybe what our companions already have on.
Certainly.
Whatever they've found along the way, or whatever they may gather along the way.
Now, Pip hesitates to ask this, but feels that it is necessary. If they are dead, do we bring them back?
We all understand the risks of going to the jungle, the idea that we may never be seen again. Nobody here is concerned about the return, at least that I'm aware of their bodies. Their loved ones, however, I don't know, but my understanding from the guild members I've been dealing with, that they don't care. They understand what they're getting into.
So, what are their names and what do they look like? So that way we are
I will
not
have
just...
all of that for
Okay.
you as soon as we get back from our break. Right before you guys head off into the jungle proper, and take the first little baby steps into Lamina Island. Alrighty, guys, we'll be back in just a few minutes. We shall see you very soon.
See you
Bye-bye.
in 20 minutes.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for being here. We're very briefly and quickly, much quicker than Saturday, going to be going through our sponsors. World Anvil. Please head over to worldanvil.com to find the most robust and intuitive and complete and bat crap crazy insane of a program. And you can use a special coupon code over there right now if you want to upgrade to World Anvil. If you don't know what World Anvil is the most robust world building and campaign management software that exists on the internet. And I know this because I've tried them all. I really have. I spent a lot of money trying them all because I wanted to find one that worked for me. World Anvil is the one that worked for me. It works really, really well. Angela especially has taken to it. A lot of our creators on the NerdSmith network use them for all of their world building. You can go to our World Anvil by going to nerdsmith.org/ch World Anvil, or just go to World Anvil and check them out. They just hit 200,000 users. So if you want a special huge discount on signing up for anything over there, use the coupon code 200,000. That's a 2 with 5 zeros after it. And you will get 25% off of I think it's any of the tiers, or maybe it's just master tier. I don't know. You have to go and find out. But they, 200,000 users. And they just wrapped up their first year of business. So they are doing extremely well. We're very happy to have them as one of the sponsors of our show. They're also the sponsors of our big event that we'll be talking about here in a minute. Secondly, let's talk about Die Hard Dice. We love Die Hard Dice. Die Hard Dice is probably the best dice company I've ever dealt with. They are unique and generous to a fault. They are always willing to go the extra mile for literally anyone. If you don't believe me, just pop on Twitter and search for them. You will find story after story after story of them going above and beyond, taking care of not only their customers, but people who are down and out, people are hurting, people who are in need, because that's the type of company they are. They're incredible. And like I said, they don't talk about it. They don't self-promote that. They don't have a blog full of all these good deeds they do. People just talk about how amazing they are all the time. And we're one of them. And yes, they sponsor us. But I'm telling you, if they didn't, we'd still talk about them because they're just an amazing company. Absolutely 100%. The right kind of people to be existing in our industry. Go take a look at them, dieharddice.com. And if you like, you can tweet about the show. You can use the hashtag. Oh, no, we don't do that one here. We do a giveaway live. That's right. So we're going to do a giveaway. Let's see. A wheelie for WonderCon this. We're going to be missing a whole week of shows. So let's do it right before Wheelie for WonderCon. So that would be Tuesday. The
26th.
The 26th will be our last show for the month. Not last show ever, but the last show for the month. And actually, I think that's our last show, our last Tuesday. No, we have one more Tuesday after that. Before we cut down, we'll talk about that in a second too. So, the last Tuesday of this month is the 26th, right? And that will be the last Tuesday that we'll be doing. The last day of this month that we'll be here doing this show. So we're going to do our giveaway that day. So all you have to do is be here in our chat, and we'll do a little giveaway, use the little bot thing to give away a set of metal, a poly set, so a full 7 die set of the metal D6, not D6s, the metal dice that they sell, and that can be any of their sets. You get to choose. It's not just one that they're overstocked on like some other companies do, like, oh, this one's not selling well, let's give them out to give away. No, they let you choose any set. They preferably ones that are in stock, obviously, because if they don't have them, they can't get them to you, but they will get you any set that you want. That can be some of the nicer ones. You could and if you wanted, I mean, if you didn't want to do a full set, but you really want one of their new dire 25 millimeter D20s, you could probably get that instead. I'm sure that if those products are available, I'm not sure they're available yet, or if they're just teasing them. Anybody let me know there? They're just teasing them right now, right?
I was on their website this morning and I didn't see them.
Yeah, so they're teasing them right now, but they have the dire D20s. I'm sure they'll be out by the end of this month.
Their Twitter does have a link to them, and it will take you right to them. I think they're $12.95 each.
Okay.
The top of the
So if
page,
you
it
want
did
just a
say
dire D20 instead of a set, you could absolutely do that. Or you can get any of the new colorways. So brand new products still work. It does not matter. You cannot go wrong with Die Hard dice. So go take a look at them. And if you just can't wait until then to get some of these amazing dice, you can use the coupon code Countless Heroes, all one word, to get 15% off your first or next order. It works once per person. And then if you still, after that purchase next week, decide you still have to have more dice, you can go listen to the other amazing shows on nerdsmith.org, and you can get other coupon codes that can work again. And all you gotta do is listen to those shows, and you can find out all sorts of amazing coupon codes to get the best dice in the world at a huge discount. 15% off. Yes, Rosie?
I wanted to mention something personally that I've experienced with them going above and beyond. Kyle very, very kindly bought me some dice for my birthday, and they happened to include an extra little paper that had a cute little dragon logo on it, blowing out candles, and included a handwritten note saying, "We hope you like your shinies." And also, because Kyle got me these beautiful, beautiful, beautiful dice with the purple lettering,
Oh, yes.
they gave me a gift set along with them where they color matched it with these really pretty purple and gold dice. Like, they are incredible.
Very, very nice. And we don't guarantee that you're going to get extra dice or anything like that. Obviously, we can't do that, but they have been very generous to a lot of the people who have been shopping through Nerdsmith. And at least every one I've seen, you at least get a little personalized handwritten note, which is just, you think they do hundreds of these a day, and everyone's getting a personalized handwritten note. It takes a lot of time to do that. That's the type of company there. They want you to understand that you're appreciated. And yeah, that's what they do. They're amazing. So you can go to dieharddice.com and check that out. Now let's talk about this big event, because both of our sponsors stepped up in a major way to help us with this big Nerdsmith meetup happening at WonderCon on Saturday the 30th at 8 p.m. at the Hilton Hotel. That's the host hotel right next to the fountain. You don't have to walk very far if you're going to the convention, and it is in the Carmel room. And we have the main event sponsor is World Anvil, and then the beverage sponsor, all the tea and the water and stuff. That is Die Hard Dice. But they both stepped up in a major way. This event would not have happened if they both had not stepped up. And they helped us out. They helped us out. We were in need, because that's the type of people they are. They're amazing and wonderful. We would not want to be with anybody, any other dice company, any other service company that offers anything like what World Anvil does. They are the best people in the industry, and we are so very excited to be working with them. So please, if you're going to be at WonderCon, 8 o'clock first, I think 50 people over 21 will be getting a drink ticket. Is that what I remember? So the first 50 people to come over 21 will get a free drink ticket if you drink. If not, then we have teas and waters and stuff. And I'm sure that we'll be around and hanging out and having fun. We've got 18-ish creators going from the Nerdsmith network, all going to be there, and I'm sure that we'll have a few of our new friends that we know are getting to know in that area there as well. But I know that all of the champions cast should be there. We have I think we're only missing 3 or 4 people from our cast that won't be there. So that right there puts us over 20 people, I think. And then we've got, we got quite a few other people coming. So that's just those 2 shows. I know we've got people coming from other shows as well, but we're going to try to get a full list together soon of exactly who's going to be there. And we'll put that up on the website. So that's that. So please come out and support us and support the show, and let us support you and dote on you and say hi and do whatever, just hang out and chill out for a couple of hours. And then we can go and head over to the game room or down to the bar or whatever you want. And we'll go and have some fun even after, I'm sure. Alrighty.
And Fennec will be there too. We get to hang out with Fennec. And
yes, our amazing, wonderful moderator Fennec will be there as well. Russell from the UK is going to be there. So there's some amazing, amazing things happening here at our 1-year anniversary. We were asked personally to come down to WonderCon last year, and Kyle and I were able to make the trip down there to make it happen, and we were just in awe of what was going on around us, having only been open 3 weeks, a month or so.
3 weeks.
And now here we are just past our first year mark and still in awe. I think we're still kind of in shock. If anybody happened to have watched the Q&A, the Critical Role Q&A last night, it's like that, but like in a lesser degree. We're still in shock, but we're not. We raised $4 million in a day shock. But anyway, congratulations also to the Critical Role staff. They've done some amazing things, and they absolutely deserve everything they're getting. And everybody who's donated to them or donated to that cause or given, it's not a donation, it's an investment, a support, is just incredible. We have done, quite a few of us have given, and we're very excited to see what's going on there. So that is very exciting for what's going on over there. We're very excited to be in the industry and doing the same similar things to them, and seeing that our industry has the capability of doing that. Means that we're no longer, this industry is no longer the underdog. Where we have serious pull in general as an industry, and it's nice to see that I think this was a good step for the Critical Role people as they step away from the big names that were supporting them before. And onto their own to show that the fans are going to go with them. And in general, that means indie developers are going to be doing really good and amazing things. So anyway, good job, Critical Role, good job for the industry as a whole, good job, all you critters, good job, everyone, because we're all doing amazing things. We're building an amazing community together, and I'm so very excited about that. Lastly, and this was supposed to be quick, I'm sorry, let's talk about NerdSmith.org real quick. With support, if you would like to support the show, you can support us over at NerdSmith.org. You can sign up to be a minion or a sidekick or a champion, or now our brand new level of superstar. You get little perks at each level. It's a monthly subscription. Why do we do a monthly subscription? Well, because we want to make sure the artists and the creators of the shows have a consistent income, so they know that every month to month they're going to be having this money come in. It's not going to fluctuate to the point where they have to go get a part-time job and stop creating and doing amazing things. But for this show, we don't do that. For this show, we are doing this because we love it. We'd probably be doing it anyway, just wouldn't be filming it. So what we do is we take the artist proceeds and we give it directly to the Trevor Project. And you can go to thetrevorproject.org to learn more about that organization. And I'm really hoping, I've actually invited a representative from the Trevor Project to come down to our meetup as well. So I have no idea if that's going to happen or not, but they are in that area. So if they happen to be wanting to come down and say hi, and hopefully maybe we'll have some representation down there, that'd be really awesome. So, did I miss anyone?
Logan, I know you wanted it to be short. You had mentioned something about our last Tuesday coming up.
Oh, yes. So the second Tuesday in April, we will no longer be doing 5 dates a week with Countless Heroes. We're going to be going down to 4 nights a week because we are going to be replacing that Tuesday with a show that used to be a podcast. It was Shenanigans. No, the big contention there. We'll get into that later. But Shenanigans is unfortunately a very difficult podcast to edit. It took about 16 hours an episode to edit. For an hour and a half of podcast, because there were 5 players in the DM, and it was very, very difficult. We couldn't keep up with it with the busy schedule of having to support 20 different creators who over the past years created 1,000 hours of content. So we just didn't have the time to keep up with it. So what we decided was we asked our fans if they would mind if we turned it into a stream. It's much easier to do a stream because you don't have to sit there and do the editing and things. We're not trying to do a video. It's just kind of done. And they said that would be fine. So that's what we were doing. We're going to be doing Shenanigans live starting that Tuesday, and it'll be every Tuesday night in the same time slot, just it'll only go probably 2.5 hours to 3 hours instead of the full 4 hours. So that will be the one and hopefully only time we kind of step down Countless Heroes before we get to the end. But also that just means more weeks of Countless Heroes and a little less content you have to keep up with. But one more show you have to go watch because it's amazing. But anyway, so who's in that? We have Heather, Kyle, Tessa, Angela, and Mike. The directors and Mike, Heather's husband, who's basically a director. He's a silent
honorary
silent director. Not that silent all the time. Anyway, so we
Yeah,
do
that's
a
true.
goofy sort of show, and it's a sister show to this one because it's also in Vale. It's just on the other continent, and that is where the origins of the Birchfield come from. So if you heard about the Birchfield here, that's where it all starts hundreds of years ago. That's what they're doing right now, is kind of growing the Birchfield. So if you'd like to know more about that, you can watch that coming then. We're going to do a big recap episode first. We'll talk a lot about it, but if you'd like to listen, you can go to, of course, nerdsmith.org and listen to the podcast to get caught up. And you can go learn all about Pugnut, one of my favorite little goblins. I have a lot of goblins. I do a lot of goblins. I like goblins, but Pugnut is absolutely one of my favorites. And they're all of their little sticky mud and all. It's just amazing. Go take a listen. Anyway, thank you all for being patient with us and letting us get through this. So let's go ahead.
Sticky
and
mud,
get back
intimate compound.
to the game.
Sorry, it pops in my head every time you say sticky mud.
That is, I was going to say it's bonus content, but it's not, is it?
That's a wandad.
Oh, it is a wandad. You turned that into a wandad? Okay.
Yeah, that was a wandad.
One night, Kyle, this is a fun, I got to tell the story. Kyle and I, we were all just sitting around in our various houses, and Kyle and I decided to just start doing a bunch of random voice just tests. And I did an entire series of sticky mud ads, which is an alcohol in that show for the goblins, and I did an ad for this sticky mud, and I had no idea that you turned it into an actual ad. We literally just did a dozen, 2 dozen each voiceover stuff, and just kind of get different voices down. And anyway, but a lot of those tests and things, those should probably become bonus content. We should throw those in the bonus content section. That'd be hilarious. Anyway, bonus content is one of the things you get for subscribing over on the NerdSmith Network. All right, now we're done. So, you guys are being given a map by
Rylos.
Rylos. I was thinking Rolos. I'm like, no, that's candy. Rylos. So Rylos is giving you a map, a very crudely sketched map, but he shows you these different markers along the way. He says, so in the trees, you're going to see these basically little signs that they've put up that just have a number and a letter, and that kind of gives you a grid layout of where you are in a particular area. Now, they're not perfect, but at least on the map where it's marked, it's pretty darn close to where it exists in the world. But they do say that some of the critters and creatures around have a tendency to tear them down. So if you see any that are knocked down or something, try to put it back up, which is something that they appreciate. And then that's pretty much it. They give you some climbing gear just in case you need it, and any other things that you might need. I don't know what else you might need. But if you need some rations, they've got that. But I think you guys have that covered. Yeah. Anything else you want to do before we head out?
Since we've collected Oshin, perhaps before we leave, can we find what to do with glitter? Because I don't know that this is a safe place for kittens.
What?
That's a good point.
No.
I would like my nephew to be safe.
Yes.
Well, he clearly doesn't want to be safe.
He wanted to be with Dad. That's freaking adorable.
I don't think he did it on purpose.
Well,
Fair.
I mean, if he had known that he could do it, I don't think he would have tried. But I'm not saying he didn't try. So yeah, yesterday, your child, one of your children, showed up on the boat, teleported in somehow through some sort of wild magic surge into just underneath you on the deck, underneath a little box railing, this little kind of just place to stand. You didn't quite see him, and by the time you got here, much deeper in, you started to use the side hulls with the water elementals in them to basically speedboat your way over here, where everybody has to hold on, except of course your little son did not know that and started sliding with his squeaky and kind of spinning like Bambi on ice just down the deck until GB was able to stop him with a hand. And then of course given back to you, and he's been with you probably ever since. Very excited because you cannot teleport out of this place or to this place, and it is quite a trek to the edge of the fog, and it is not so far. The captain has not been interested in making that happen. That it, more of a, well, it was his fault, so he's stuck here type of thing. But that doesn't mean that at some point you won't be able to return them. But for right now, this is what you have to deal with. So the question is, what are you doing with your son?
How dangerous is it? Like what we're doing right now is because I didn't hear.
Well, 3 people have gone missing, and you are going out looking for them. There are 3 people from a local guild that is called the Scroungers Guild. Basically, their job is to go out and find the raw materials and raw foodstuffs and things that they then trade to the other people in the town to keep the town afloat, keep them surviving. So they're basically hunter-gatherer types, but also they look for treasure and things to trade with the ship that comes once a month, most of the time.
Scrounger or scavenger?
Scavenger, sorry.
It's all good. I just wanted to make sure we had it right in the notes.
I like scroungers, though, but scavengers is better.
I would probably leave him back with someone. Just whoever you
Well,
want.
all of the countless heroes are there, so you can leave them literally with anyone.
I think Prime Heart is volunteering in chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Primeheart or Mari, because she might have been the one to awaken him. So I don't know who awakened
That's
him.
true.
So
That's
the
true.
2 of them.
So yeah, either the 2 of them will take care of it. That's fine. Obviously not happy being left behind, but is completely willing to let you believe that he's staying behind. So,
loves Uncle
oh, sorry,
Primeheart.
was that particular?
He loves Uncle Primeheart.
Oh yeah, but he also loves exploring.
Well, I know who I left him with, so I got that. If he ends up with us.
So you're like, I have someone to blame. Yes.
Rosie would like to finish up her goblin lessons with Nathan.
Goblin lesson.
Nathan learned
Nathan
goblin.
learned goblin.
Oh, okay, that's right. That's fine.
So she would run up with this stack of flashcards.
Be like, okay. Before we go out in the wilds, this is the most important word that you have to know. This is it. This is where you graduate. Okay? Very important. Considering how long we live, our language isn't. There's not a lot. So it's Jukra. You have to pronounce it Jukra. Can you do that?
Jukra.
Jukra. You have to roll the tongue. It's very important. If you don't roll the tongue, it means something else.
Okay, Jukra.
Perfect. Do you want to know what it means?
I'm terrified to ask, but I suppose.
Fuck nugget.
Well,
no.
I'm so glad that was worth the 3 or 4 lives that are currently missing. Come on, guys. There's a time and place. When we're on a mission to save people, not the time, nor the place.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess let's get going when you guys are ready. Do we get glitter put away with Primeheart
Yeah,
or Mari
yeah.
or whoever it was?
I left him with the 2 of them, so should be washed at the very least. And I looked over my books before I left, so I can keep an eye out for things that might be dangerous, because I've been doing a lot of research.
All right, who wants the map? Actually, Nathan, do you want to take the map since you kind of grew up with him?
I'll take
Alrighty.
I think that maybe Pip should lead us around because he's hunter and all that, good at looking at stuff in the forest better probably than the other rest of us. I don't have much experience with that actually.
Because he actually remembers Lamina Island.
Yeah.
Pip just wants to reiterate that Pip has not been on this side of the island, and there are probably many things that could very well eat Pip.
Well, yeah, but you're a really good hunter, and you're good at walking through places you don't know. That's why.
Pip is good at what is on winging.
Yes.
Alrighty.
All right.
So you guys are standing at the edge of the city, of the village, on the dock, and one of the guildsmen pops out and starts jumping into this large hamster wheel like contraption and starts running towards the island, looking at the island, and the entire sort of mass of the structure in front of you starts turning and connecting the bridge so you can walk across. Now there's still a little bit of a gap between the two pieces. Rosie might be able to fall through it, but the rest of you are probably okay. But it's still something to watch for. If you came running back, you'd want to remember to jump over that spot and not just ignore it. And of course, there's two of those, one on either side of this sort of rotating bridge. And as you complete this, about 100 feet later, you are standing at the edge of this semi-crudely made but still sturdy wooden bridge, about to step onto land. It's a kind of a rocky texture here, definitely not sandy or gritty. It's solid. Who takes the first step?
Fuck it.
Okay,
We go locked arm in arm.
there you go.
Sure.
So
Nathan
David
like
and
down
Pip-
here because Pip is really short compared to him.
Pip is
5 feet.
well, to be compared.
Pip
Compared.
can
It's
put
fine.
his
Nathan is
Pip
over
can
six.
put his arm. Pip can put his arm. He's
There you
fine.
go.
You can swing
Uh,
Pip by the shoulders and toss Pip on the ground.
No, I don't think I'm gonna do that actually.
Pip is very.
I'm very aware Pip is very.
And noodly. So the two of you lock arms and take your first steps onto new or familiar territory.
Do we do the right foot at the same time, or the right and the left foot at the same, like with the three-legged race?
Synchronize
Is
it.
it?
Synchronize it.
Yeah,
Right.
so the right foot at the same time. 1, 2, 3.
As you guys are doing this, I'm sure Callie is giving you the side eye as the danger to people is still looming as you guys are trying to decide left foot or right foot. And you start to head off into the forest. Now, do you go quickly or cautiously?
I feel like cautiously might be the best
Yeah.
course of action here.
Yeah,
Um,
especially since we're looking for markers.
Yeah. We need to be alive to get to the people we're supposed to be saving.
So while we're going along the path and following the markers and the map and correlating that, Pip also wants to pay attention to see if he can see tracks of the three individuals. Of course, there's going to be a lot more in this section because it's more well traveled, it's closer to land. But as we get further in, that's just something that I want to put out there that I'm paying attention to.
Okay. Alrighty. So you guys start to cautiously make your way through the jungle, and the jungle does hit pretty much immediately. Large, thick plants and underbrush, pretty much everywhere. You are tromping through sometimes knee-high brush trying to make your way through. And Pip, you probably noodle your way through quite a lot of it, looking particularly for types of creatures and things that may lay in rest underneath, much like trying to walk through the bayou and having to be barefoot so you know what you're stepping on, making sure you're not stepping on certain types of animals. But you're keeping your eyes open and helping guide, because although different parts of the island are going to be different in some respects, quite a lot of it are very similar to you. And Pip, how does it feel to be home?
Damp.
Well, all right. It is very damp. It is not raining right now, but the ground is wet, and it often rains here.
To be perfectly frank, Pip does not feel like Pip is home yet, because Pip is in a place that he has never been before, so it is still feeling very much like stranger in a strange land.
Well, Pip, if this isn't your home, this is a place that could lead to your home, but same ways like the entirety of the world outside of Cinderhaven isn't my home.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Pip's home is on a large mountain that moves, so it's easy to find but hard to find at the same.
It moves.
Yes, it's a giant.
You're gonna have to tell me way more about that. That's fascinating.
It is. Look out for.
Yeah.
Please watch out. Please don't. Okay, it's fine. We move on.
All right. You guys start to find the markers. I call them mile markers, but they're not really. They're just kind of points of interest or points of note, things that are near things that you can see from the previous marker or other markers in the area. The idea being that once you reach a marker, you should be able to see something that relates to the next marker, and be able to kind of guide yourself to it. So it's a little slow going because you kind of dart around and zigzag through. Something Pip is very familiar with, but for the most part, it's a lot more difficult than, say, the Banyan Forest, most of which was open, just the large canopy. This is very easily, without paying attention, you could within just a few feet wander off enough to feel lost and separate from your group, to the point where you couldn't see them, and possibly with some of the thick brush and things, it would be very difficult to hear them, even maybe just 50 feet away. Yep.
One of the class features that I have is the aspect of the wolf that allows me to track other creatures while traveling at a fast pace and move stealthily while traveling at a normal pace. So I'm curious if that adds any additional, we can still move cautiously, but a little bit faster than the typical crawl.
Does it apply to other people?
It doesn't specify that, so I'm assuming
then probably not, unfortunately.
Darn it.
It's not like Pass Without a Trace where it applies to everyone around you. But it does mean that you can kind of zoom on ahead and check for things. So yes, in a way, it does work, because you can jump ahead stealthily, checking for tracks, checking for these creatures, and then kind of come back and say, okay, this path is clear. Let's go ahead and just move up to here. And then you just jump ahead a little bit more. But it does mean that Pip is quite often out of sight, because like I said, you're 20, 30 feet away. Anyone is gone because of the overbrush and the jungles and the trees and things. And not only do you have to be careful of the brush underneath you, but you have to be careful of what exists above you, because things can hide naturally in the trees. Everything from predatory felines to snakes to large animals and things to the very trees themselves may be creatures.
Does having advantage on perception checks do anything for your passive? I keep forgetting to ask, but this is probably a good time to ask, because I have
always have advantage on perception.
I have the goggles, and I'm basically gonna always wear them at this point, while we're here, that give me advantage on sight. So while I'm looking around to kind of watch where Pip is going.
Aren't those the ones that see really far away?
They see.
Do we have a disadvantage up close or something?
No, they just give you
Oh, okay.
advantage specifically with sight. So like hearing base, I'd still have my normal, but I don't know if it's higher because
So what I
sight
do,
base.
what's recommended by Jeremy Crawford in those moments, at least I believe it's Jeremy Crawford, is he just basically on advantage the die goes up by about 5, so you just add 5 to the passive. So so that takes your passive up by 5 on average. But depending on the type of thing, you know. But what does that put you at? 22 or something?
Yeah, 22.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to like keep an eye on Pip.
My
really
point
what
is,
I've
yeah, you don't
had.
lose sight of Pip anywhere near as often as maybe some of the other parties do, but I think everyone has a pretty good passive in this group. I know Nathan's is up there, right?
It's 16.
16, yeah. And, well, Soxy, yeah, no, not Soxy, sorry, I forgot. Callie's is up
Nope.
there, 16 or 17.
My passive perception?
Yeah.
18.
18, okay. Oop, I lost something. All right.
Oh wait, how did my passive perception go up?
Because you're, you have proficiency.
Proficiency bonus.
That must be it. It says it's a 19.
But a 19? That seems.
I don't know. I don't know how that's right
I
though,
don't
because my
think-
wisdom is a -1.
Have you long
Oh,
rested?
do you
Did
have-
somebody cast something? Sorry, Jay.
Oh, so did you take the observant feat at any point? Like, because that one bumps it up by 5. I lower that.
Let's not worry about it right now.
I was just
Well-
asking just to keep that in
Yeah,
mind.
no, I appreciate that, but I'm saying in general, let's figure out later. So, if you think I mean, it's fine for now. You are hyper alert. Okay, we'll just say that until we figure it out.
Keeping an eye on-
Keep your eye open. Where's Pip? Every once in a while, just noodling up and down through the brush, and then he disappears. So you just hear rustling, and well, actually, you don't probably hear much of anything. What's your bonus to stealth, Pip?
+4.
Oh,
I'm not
okay. So yeah,
proficient.
with those passives, yeah, then you probably still hear something. Anyway, so the point is you continue on and on. However, Pip, give me wouldn't be tracking. Give me a survival check.
Ooh, that's good. How about a 10?
Okay. So at one point, by the time your perception starts factoring in, and you start to look around, and you're looking over, and you see kind of hidden underneath some of the brush nearby, just as you would come back and start guiding everyone forward, you see this animal skull and kind of some bones, like the rib cage and spine from these animals, and the animals' mouth and eyes are covered, are filled with like this red, almost like putty or clay, this like really deep, bright red clay, and you are familiar with this as a not good thing. You are familiar that this is a type of plant creature that uses the bones of the things that it kills, kind of like armor around it. And there's usually a mated pair of these types. There's always a male and a female version of these plants. That sounds weird. They have the genders, but there's the two. There's always two of them in the area. So you realize that you're right next to one of these, and any kind of motion or anything could kind of trigger it for going off. What do you do? You freeze instinctually initially, but you've got 5 other. I don't know if Rosie's coming back. I'll have to take a look. If Rosie's not coming back, there's only 4. She ran back to the thing, so we won't put Rosie in any danger.
Rosie is cat sitting for the rest of the evening, I believe.
Okay.
Pip will look down at the ring that he obtained from the Subrosarium and whisper the activation word to cast Fairy Fire out of his ring onto the skeleton creature.
Okay. That is going to probably trigger it. Is that something that you're going to be okay with?
Am I familiar with what this creature is capable
Well,
of?
it's a carnivore plant creature. It is semi-intelligent. It can ambush. Like you said, there's always two, but you only see one of them right now. And it is fairly. Let's see here. Um, it can move as fast as you can. It uproots itself and starts running around basically after you. So it is fairly dangerous and semi-intelligent. So by casting a spell onto it, especially one that has a bright, obvious effect, you could very well trigger to attack, which is okay. I just want you to understand because Pip would have a better understanding of these creatures. I just want to make sure that you understand the consequences.
Sure. Given that, I think Pip would try to very slowly. Well, he can move stealthily at normal movement. I think he's going to try to burrow down out of the way to head back towards his friends. Probably.
Well, the friends are almost right next to you. They're about 10, 15 feet behind you.
Oh, got it.
Because you had just come back to them to tell them the next part was okay because that was the survival check, and then you turn and you start realizing with the perception check that wait, no, this isn't okay. I just told you it was because of the survival, but now I'm realizing it actually isn't.
So, Pip was mistaken. There is danger in the area. Pip does not know if these things understand what Pip is saying, but it is very likely that these things know we are here. So Pip is going to be very, very still and see if it keeps going.
Well, it hasn't moved at all at this point.
Pip
But
hopes it is not a clever girl.
So how long do you want to sit there waiting?
10 minutes.
Do you... Go ahead.
I don't know if they will just attack anyway, but I can just ask them to leave. Plants seem to understand me when I talk. It's the verbal thing.
Do you have camaraderie with the plants?
I don't know about these specifically, but in general, yeah.
Do you think you'd be able to talk them into leaving though? Because otherwise we're going to have to deal with them.
I can try.
Pip, how dangerous are these things if we do have to fight them? And how likely is it that the other one's really close by?
Could I roll a survival check to ascertain?
No, I'm just going to give it to you.
Okay.
So in general, this thing is extremely dangerous. You would say that any average Feroche could not take it, could not outrun it, could not survive it. If you were just a normal Feroche running through here without any of your training, you would probably be dead already. The idea that you're in a group might be part of the reason why it hasn't attacked yet. You might think you're too formidable a foe, which you might be able to use to your advantage. It is only semi-intelligent, but it does have the intelligence of maybe a child, but it can't speak or understand language that you're aware of or that Feroche have ever learned. That being said, Oshin has something special that's different. But in general, you would say that a pack of Feroche would not be necessarily enough to take one of these on. It is extremely dangerous creature. Now, for you guys, you would say that you have fought more powerful things quite often. Say for 5 levels or so. But 2 of them together, that might be a little bit of a little bit more difficult.
Given that Pip suspects that it's because of our greater numbers, how dim or dark, or how much is the light in here? Is it
It's
Like-
fairly shadowy because of the. I mean, it's a very thick canopy here, so it is not impossible to see, but it is difficult to see.
Okay, so Pip is going to go ahead and cast out of the ring. He's going to cast dancing lights and make them look like torches,
All right.
and make them float just about the level that someone would be carrying a torch at, like a humanoid creature would be carrying a torch.
Okay. All right. So how far away do you want to do that?
Off to the side of the path, but forward of us. I think
Okay.
it can do that in a 60-foot, 10-foot radius. Okay, is the light range? The light must be within 20 foot of another light, and range is 120 feet. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of set them in groups of 2, at 20 and 40 feet away from us,
Okay. Then what?
and then start moving them towards the
Okay.
rusty monster thing.
Okay. So you start having them move towards the creature, and the plant doesn't seem to be moving at all as it's getting closer, which may be a good thing. The idea that it's not willing to move or strike. Give me a insight check.
Okay.
And Oshin, because you have dealt with creatures and things, you can assist him and give him advantage.
Yeah, because I did all the research specifically on Lamina before. That was my prep. So
22.
So as you're kind of watching the creature, you start to see that the bones themselves these leaves just start to slowly kind of fold over the different bones and more conceal them, which is more of a defensive stance for this creature. You get the idea that it's hunkering down because it feels outnumbered and it wants to hide itself. You think you might be able to walk away as long as you did so carefully without it attacking.
So Pip thinks that we need to. Pip does not know where the other one is. Pip thinks we may be able to try to walk past it, but further away from it, so that as we stay as a group, so that it does not pick us off or it feels threatened by us.
All right, safety in numbers type of thing.
Yes.
yeah,
Pip
Alright.
will lead the way if no one has any arguments.
No, it sounds like a good
That's
plan,
fine.
Pip. We'll literally be right there with you, though, since we're traveling in a group.
Yeah.
This is only second time Pip has led a hunting party.
You're doing a fantastic job, Pip.
Oh, thank
If you need help, I have extensive knowledge of just geography in general.
This is good. You take the map. Make sure that we are staying on the map according to the. What is the word?
Topography.
Yes.
Stop talking. Topography. There we go. That was very confusing hearing the syllables of.
if it,
Sorry.
It's okay. Nathan's player just has a smile.
if it starts to move at us, you'll be just to say we're passing through and not going to harm it.
Or you can be more aggressive, like, oh, we will eat anything that comes at us. We will destroy anything that comes at us. Nothing better attack us out of the woods.
Yeah, we'll fuck up-
lie at it. I'm better at that, so yeah, I can do that.
Yes, lie at the plant skeleton.
That is a state.
It's a very interesting comment, but yeah, it sounds like a plan.
I've got a really honest face.
I keep it in my bag. So,
Glitter! We're not supposed to go.
you guys are going to start walking away. And if it starts to move or anything, Oshin is going to talk to it. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
Everybody give me stealth checks.
Oh no.
17.
18. Sorry, I went to go get a drink of water. I'll be right back.
19.
21.
Also a 17.
Okay. So, is that everyone? Okay. So you guys start to slowly walk away and find you don't make a lot of noise. You do okay, even with the thick underbrush. I mean, unfortunately, some noise is unavoidable, but it's able to be masked kind of with the natural sounds around you. And as you move away, Pip guiding them sort of down and around, you see that the other one was nearby as well. But from the angle you were at, you couldn't see it. But from back here, you can, and it seems that you were fairly well flanked. But at this point, both of them seem to be well hunkered down and in a more defensive posture. So you think you've done fine, and you move away, and you avoid having to deal with either. Good job.
Good job, Pip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is good. Yes. Okay. This is fine. Pip is proud of everyone. That everyone managed to be all sneaky and did not get eaten.
I prefer not to get eaten.
Me
Oh,
too.
well,
I mean, depends on the context.
Yeah. Oh, you don't think that that's probably not what happened to the others, right? I don't see anything around that looks like it came from anyone. They didn't get caught by those bars, did they? Did they get further in to the
Pip did not see other bodies nearby.
Okay.
The skeletons, Logan, you said that the skeletons looked more animal than human.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the descriptions that we were kindly given by Riley.
When we get a little bit closer in, I'll go ahead and activate the locate object spell on those pins.
Sounds good.
Pip's gonna keep the dancing lights out in front,
Okay.
just to kind of light the way.
So the rest of your trip to these ruins is fairly uneventful. As you get to these ruins, there is some overgrowth, but there's a couple of large clearings where there aren't many trees, and some sunlight actually comes through, where it's just these fields of rubble, these foundations of some sort of ancient thing. Where yes, there's some brush and things growing through the foundations, but no trees seem to have really struck through. For some reason. And as you're kind of looking around, they are right up against the cliffs. It almost looks like the city may have been, or this small village or whatever, might have been up against this cliff as well. Mostly clay and clay brick buildings, so nothing too extravagant. And you start to look around, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and activate the locate object as well.
Sorry, I just took a bunch of cold medicine.
Okay. So you took cold medicine. What else? Sorry.
I activated the locate object, those pins that he had described.
Okay, and that's within 1,000 feet, which is almost an eighth of a mile, so a quarter mile across. So almost instantly, you pick up this ping of these three of these objects, or do you just get the closest one? I guess you just get the closest one. So you get one of these objects. It's up the not up the cliff face, but just down the wall of the cliff a little bit. And as you get down there, you find this natural sort of small cave. Might be for a small creature or something, but any one of you could crawl through it. Pip, it's perfect burrow size for you. And the ping is coming from in there about 200 feet. No,
there's
sorry, about 20, 25, 30 feet.
They're this way, down the cliff slightly. We might need the climbing gear.
Nope, just in a hole. You're at your level. There's just a hole in the wall.
Oh.
You just walked aside along the cliff.
Sorry, misunderstood. Is it dark? Can we see in there, or
If
is
you have
it
dark
or-
vision, you can see in there.
Can someone take a peek?
Yes.
Yeah, I can take a look.
Someone who's in the dark well.
So you can see kind of the back of the cave. Anybody that has dark vision, but it kind of curves slightly. But you see a foot sitting there, just kind of poking from around the corner.
That's not good.
Sitting upright, like not face down. As you throw a little pebble to hit the foot, it kind of just slides back from around the corner.
Is it is it a foot with a boot? Is it just a?
It's a boot. Yeah, it's not just like a floating foot. It's a boot and some pants.
Pip will say, like, whisper the three, like one of the three names that.
You can go ahead and make those up.
Okay. Carl.
Uh-huh.
Bob and Rob.
Robert and
They both died.
oh dang it, no. I'm gonna extend Ross. I'm gonna go with Toby.
Tobin. All right.
Tobin,
So
I
Ross
love
doesn't
that
have to die. All right. So Carl, Robert, and Tobin. Okay. So as you call out, is it safe? Is it gone?
Is what gone?
What they all said, what we are all thinking.
The Gobu. There were two of them. Are they gone?
What's a go-boo?
So Pip, Gobu is not a term you've heard before. It's you're just not familiar with it.
It does not. It was not mentioned.
Was that Mistwatch back there, or was that
Mistwatch, correct?
the town?
Yeah, the Gobu. Well, I mean, there were a lot of creatures mentioned. The Gobu weren't necessarily one of them.
It does not.
Gobu.
So it's safe. We can come out.
What is the goal?
It's like a large, sort of four-legged creature with six horns and this huge crest. It's all sort of leathery skin, and it's kind of this orangish reddish color. It actually blends in with the surroundings very well. Is it gone?
I'm gonna make a perception check if that is okay.
So Nathan, you go ahead and look around. Give me a perception check.
I was gonna turn around and look too.
Okay.
As,
Go ahead
as they were
and give
talking,
me
it
one
was
as well.
there.
Yep. Go ahead, Ocean. You can give me an active one as well.
I'm almost as scared to say something about these dice. A 23.
I'm gonna take the hero die.
Okay. All right.
'Cause of
So
course the
Nathan-
Mari dice rolls a nat 1.
So Nathan, as you're looking around, you're looking off in the distance, way deep, kind of deep into the forest, and you thought you saw something move, some little lights kind of dancing there. So you're like peering through there, thinking maybe that might be the creature. Kind of your back turned to the rest of everyone. Oshie, as you turn, off in one of the only dry patches you've really seen, where the sun is just able to bead through, probably for most of the day. You see this sort of lump that you thought kind of blended in with the clay. You thought maybe it was just rubble at first, but you're realizing it's not. There is this very large lump, seems to be some sort of creature, leathery skin, what we might call a rhinoceros or a hippopotamus, something a lot that size or maybe a little bit larger. And as it turns, it's got this huge crest as its head kind of like just turns around slightly, and it's got two horns coming off of the head, along with two large tusks coming up, and then right on the tip of the nose, two more horns that kind of stick out. It's kind of, like I said, the sort of orangish clay colored, shielded, armored sort of body. And it does seem to see you, but it doesn't seem to be making any sort of motion. It's still laying there, just kind of turned its head.
There's something here. Yeah, I see something. It's blending in with the ground. Sees that we're...
No, I'm pretty sure it's over there.
I've had two eyes for longer. Trust.
First of all,
Oh, that's mean.
he's gonna like whip around. First, Mags even whacks him in the cheek with her tail.
So you hear some, as Nathan kind of blurts out there, perfect representation of that Nat 1. You kind of hear the snorting sound come from over in the dirt. And Pip, as you turn and look, you recognize this creature. It's a type of dinosaur, and it exists on this island. And you've never heard it called the Gobu before, but there it is. Yeah, you probably have a different name for it, and I'm going to send you a picture right now. So she got a scrunchy face, and I love it.
It's like a bulldog.
I was gonna say it looks like a bulldog or a pug mixed with a
Oh, it's really cute.
triceratops.
But it
And it's
doesn't
the
look
size
like
of a
it's.
box.
It doesn't look like its eyes are gonna pop out of its skull if it sneezes, though.
That's true.
There is that.
It also has a cute face.
That's very cute.
Oh, I give him stitches.
All right.
I don't know.
Enough
It's
of
I have a feeling it
creatures are
doesn't
good
want to
land.
This is a vicious beast. Come on now.
It's a very cute baby.
And as it kind of snorts, as kind of dust cloud comes up, it starts to kind of push itself up onto its feet. What was that?
Pretty sure that's your go, boo.
I was wrong.
Both of them?
Both.
One.
I see one.
Nathan's gonna look around again.
Well, that's half the danger of the other one. So, who are you?
We were sent by Ro.
But
That doesn't answer our question.
We're the Cinder Roses.
We are not from this island. Well, Pip and Sucks.
Oh, you're the visitors that were coming.
Yeah.
Right.
What's it doing?
Standing.
Snorting, blowing dust everywhere.
Okay, but it's only dangerous if its ears wiggle and it blows bubbles in the dirt.
Blows bubbles?
Well, okay.
Did you hit your head?
I'm gonna take a penalty on that one because that
was the second time you've mentioned the
Yeah.
Jungle Cruise.
I know. But it was totally worth it for me. There were two of them, maybe three.
Maybe one of them is off crafting a rudimentary lane.
Lane, get off the comm, guy. Okay, well, we're not coming out until it's dead
Okay.
Dead
or gone. I mean, we'll eat Tobin if we have to. Hey,
Pip will toss some trail rations down the tunnel. Just
we actually have lots of food. Thank you, though. We appreciate it.
didn't toss those back, Pip. Neat.
no.
He's a little heartbroken.
So as it kind of stands, it starts to just kind of like slowly start clomping over to you guys.
What exactly do these things do?
They gore and stomp. None of you are Loxodon, are you?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
I clearly.
They don't like elephants.
Okay.
So don't do your best not to look like an elephant.
I will try.
Are any of
Can't
you
make
wearing a
any
lot
more-
of gray?
Pip is
No.
Gosh, no.
It's just walking towards us really slowly. What do they
Shin, you
eat?
said You can talk.
Yes.
Shin, you said you can talk to animals. Can you do this faster than 10 minutes?
I can't understand them, but yeah, they'll understand what I'm saying to them.
In 10 minutes, Pip can do.
Yeah, I can just do one in less than 10 minutes.
Alright, Pip will sit down and start to cast Speak with Animals as a ritual.
All right. So it's coming closer. You guys do anything?
Nathan is gonna. The long shot. Being a nerd. He would probably know about typical animalistic, threatening behavior through maybe history. Can I make a check to see
You can
if
make an
it's,
insight check.
Yeah, insight to see if it's either aggressive, if it's curious, if
Mhm.
it's.
Yeah, insight check, absolutely.
I'm using so much of my animal knowledge today. That did not even make it into the dice.
So as of right now, it's not. It looks more curious than threatening. It's not posturing. It's not stomping. It's not snorting or making any overly aggressive motions or slapping its head back and forth or anything like that. It's just kind of walking over to you.
Nathan's gonna go. I'm gonna try some.
It's all spiny and bronze
Much
colored
like
like me.
You look like you could be cousins. Second, and he's gonna kind of step forward, just very slowly, kind of with his hands out, kind of keeping his body down, kind of a non-threatening position, and just kind of, with one hand, reach and grab some rations.
Okay.
Go.
Give me an animal handling check.
Oh shit! Is there still a thing where I can use my hero die to automatically succeed, or is that no longer?
I think that one stuck around.
Yeah, for skill
Hell
check.
yeah! I'm using that to automatically succeed. I don't want to fuck this.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
All right. Good. So you very heroically step forward, pull out these rations, and kind of put it up under this thing's mouth. This very large, kind of thick, bumpy tongue comes out and starts to lap at the food in your hand, and you have to be very careful not to let the hand slip in as well, as it very quickly starts to crunch into the hardtack and things. Obviously, it could eat much larger and much harder things, but after a moment, it just kind of starts pushing its nose against you and sniffing you and kind of pushing you back quite a bit. I assume, what's your strength?
Strength is an 11.
Yeah, so it's not like pushing you and walking. It's just like it's pushing its snout to sniff against you. It's hefty. It's probably
Like when a
stronger than
horse kinda
any one
butts
of your
his head
party members, except maybe for Syl and Lark now with their magic items. But yeah, so it is probably stronger than any one of your party members. But it's just kind of nuzzling and sniffing against you now.
Alright, he's gonna kind of.
Soxy leans her head down the tunnel a little bit. Did you guys actually try to fight it, or did you just run in here and hide?
No, we just ran away.
Got it. Do they attack people normally?
Yeah, pretty much on site. What's going on?
It's
pretty
cuddling us.
No, it's
Like,
What's wrong?
Pip thinks this is a baby.
Oh.
That will make sense. That will make sense why there'd be two. At least I'm showing.
Wait, how big is it? Hold on. And you just see this little face kind of peer around into the opening. Yep, that's a baby.
So
And then it just kind of boop.
Is there what are the size of the other ones?
Bigger. So Pip would know that they get to about huge size. So this isn't an adolescent. This is a teenager, basically, about half grown.
Very gently step away and be like, "Good baby, good baby."
He just he just follows you right up next to you. Keeps sniffing.
Logan, don't do this to me. I love this child. Very cute.
Hey, where's your parents?
Are you speaking in its ability to understand you, or is that automatic?
They hang on.
And is it actual understanding? Is it more or is it more empathy and emotion?
It says they can understand my words but have no special way of communicating back.
Okay. So as you ask it where its parents are, it goes and starts to call out loud to its parents.
Well, no, it's okay.
Uh-oh.
Why aren't you? You should go with him. It's not safe to be alone. You know.
Tell it to find its parents.
You should go find your parents.
Give me a persuasion check since you're actually talking.
Can Nathan
Advantage,
Can Nathan?
I already get advantage because I'm a firm.
Right.
Nice. But yes, you would have advantage from Nathan anyway.
I have a
Maybe
child now.
disadvantage because it wants your food. But whatever. We'll figure.
Listen, Nathan's preparing on being a dad.
I am a dad. Excuse me.
Nathan's preparing to be a dad.
That is one big baby.
Listen, I did not roll as well this time. I got a 13.
13. So it kind of like stops and like kind of looks and kind of backs up a little bit, but then kind of looks back at Nathan, and then like makes one last attempt to kind of like nuzzle at his bag and like start sniffing it. And I assume you have some food in your bag or somewhere that's not in a bag of holding, right?
Can
so it's
Soxy take out a ration from her bag of holding and throw it as far away as possible?
Yeah. Give me animal handling.
Animal okay.
Well, you're trying to get it to fetch, right? You got to make sure it pays attention to it and stuff.
Well, she's trying to get it to smell the food and then follow the packet. Yeah.
It's animal handling.
Nat 20.
Nice. So you pull out some hardtack and it like immediately just sees it. It's like getting excited, and as you just take it, you just frisbee it into the jungle. It just turns and darts off, just running as fast as it can. Around that time, as it's kind of bounding very quickly, as fast as any of you can run, pretty much, except Callie, into the forest. Some of you are a little faster, I know. You hear a much deeper guttural version of the cry coming from somewhere near that direction. So at least you threw it the right way. And then it kind of responds before it continues to bound down into the forest.
Right. So
Okay,
maybe
it's
we
gone.
should back
What
up into
choose?
this cave until we can get a better look at what we're dealing with. And
I know.
There's not enough room. That's why we're gonna eat
go.
Tobin.
Okay,
Hey.
the three of you, get your asses out of there. We go.
Is it gone?
Yes, come
Both of
on.
them?
Yes.
All three of
Okay,
What?
there's 3 of them.
There's a baby and it went to his
All right.
parents.
So Tobin starts to climb. I'm not getting eaten. I get eaten out here or in there. So out comes this big kind of hefty dwarf with all sorts of kind of gear on him, and then a human, and what else? Who else? What else is what's the third one? It's a race we haven't used yet.
Not a Loxodon.
No.
A dragonborn. Dragonborn.
Yes.
So Dragonborn. So the three of them kind of come out. Tobin is the dwarf, and he's got a little dad bod going on, a little bit of a beer gut, and I'm sorry, Nathan, but that's what I keep threatening to eat him. And he comes out and he's all right. Let's get out of here. I'm not gonna get eaten by these freaks. And the three of you, the three of them are like immediately ready to go. They've got some bags full of some equipment and some things they've found, but they don't really have much else they need to do here. They're just ready to go. Are you guys ready to go is the question, or do you want to explore?
How far did you guys get?
Well, we got over to there, and he kind of points like 10 feet away, and then we explored this cave pretty darn good.
So, not at all.
Yeah, no, not very far. But we can come back. I mean, these things kind of migrate around, and we should be good. Hopefully, maybe not, but that's okay. We don't necessarily have to find anything here either. We were just exploring. It's okay. Can we please? Well, we're gonna go. Thank you for everything.
There are... Go ahead. There are bone mold things in the forest.
Oh yeah,
along-
the oh shoot, I forgot what they were called.
Russet.
The aborocytes. Yeah. Yeah.
Is like a tree parasite. This
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it was weird. Kind of. Did you see the little thing that eats you? The part that eats you? It's kind of these little. Never mind. You don't want to. Yeah, no.
Let's all go together. There's safety in numbers.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yes, all together now. Let's go.
is a rousing success for the first time that the Cinder Rose has set foot on Lamina.
What was your mission?
Rescue you.
Rescue you.
Well, good
Yeah.
job. Let's get us home safe.
Our mission was to bring back whatever you found in case you were...
That sounds about right. Rilo sent you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let's get moving before they come back.
But with all that, the amazing rules you guys did, it does not come back in time to find you, and you guys start to make your way back, and you do. You successfully navigate. You avoid that area with the aborocytes, and you make your way back without having to swing a single sword. As you make your way back, you see that the bridge is closed. There's a little bell that they put, like an old boat bell, there to ring. To let somebody know across the way that you need to be let in, and they pop over and somebody jumps in the giant hamster wheel and starts to crank things back. So the question is, when you get back, besides them putting everything away and them offering you some of the spoils as a thanks and for payment, what do you guys want to do with your last the rest of the evening and night there? At the thing. I mean, you get to know them a little bit more. You can go to the bar. You can hang out. You can sing. You can go back to the boats. Talk to one of the crew members. Yes, Soxy.
So Soxy has two things she wants to do. One is she wants to stock up on some more rations and supplies as much as possible. Especially because I have the wand of binding now, so she has to eat 6 times as much as normal. That quirk again.
I need a list of new quirks, but yeah.
And the other thing she wants to do is find out as much information as possible about the special, the dawn fern, the aloe vera plant that can take off the glass ticks. She wants to see if she can find out where they've seen any recently, so that she can try to get one for Primeheart and or Oshin to keep alive for us.
So the which one? Which is this?
The aloe vera like plant that gets rid
sure.
of the ticks.
Okay. So they don't have any alive here. They say that any attempts they've had to keep it alive has been an issue because it grows deeper, not like incredibly deep, but away from the ocean a little bit. The salt air here something to do with it doesn't agree with, and they die fairly quickly within a week or two. But for the most part, especially as a druid, he might have a little bit more luck with it. Well, he's not a druid; he's a cleric, but
The nature cleric is close.
yeah, but nature cleric, and having a druid on board might help you alleviate that. So so that's what they recommend you finding that. They're willing to sell you some of the leaves and things if you think that they can take they can make that grow. It is a succulent, so it's a possibility that you can they can grow from any part of it, I believe.
Yeah, pretty much any succulents. Most of the time, you stab it in the ground and it grows roots. So she'll take several pieces of that.
Very hardy. Oh, thank you guys for the raid, Torpid Network. You guys are
Thank you.
amazing. So all right, so you'll go ahead and pick up a few of the leaves of that. They aren't cheap. They do usually want other goods or services, but you can at least get one for free as kind of your payment if you want.
I've got 500 cherries that each heal 1 hit point apiece and are alcoholic.
How do you have fun? What did wait? What?
This was my gift from Jot from Christmas.
I remember.
Oh, that's right. Oh, they're totally into that.
How many would they like? Because this sounds like something they'd enjoy.
Yeah, no, that sounds amazing. They'll take I mean whatever you're wanting to trade. That is exactly the type of thing they're looking for. An alcoholic healing cherry sounds amazing. Yeah, no, I think that's a perfect thing. So you go ahead, whatever you think is fair, however much aloe you want. Just understand it is a high demand item here. So if you were to put it into kind of a gold value, you would guess that 1 leaf might be somewhere around 5 to 10 gold. But it can treat probably several, tick, remove several ticks from someone. So a heavy infestation on a person for 1 piece.
Okay, so she's gonna get 100 cherries worth.
Okay, so I would say you probably have more than you need for most of this trip, for at least the crew for that.
She's thinking she could also trade it if we run into Faroche.
That's a good idea. Absolutely. So so you have quite a lot of it.
So how much would that be? Like 20 or 30 leaves or something?
I would say 10 to 15, but again, each one could treat a lot of ticks. So, and especially if you get it growing, that's going to be even better. But yeah, yeah, you do pretty well there. So 10 to 15, so about 50 gold's worth, I would say.
Okay.
And we can kind of estimate that out as we go. But unless you're trading it again, you have no need to find this resource again. So you've pretty much solved one of the big problems as long as you remember to take some with you.
Awesome.
All
It's
right.
going in the bag of holding.
Okay. Anybody else have anything in particular that they want? Yes, Nathan.
Gonna go Cali. Go to find Cali. Jesus.
He's gonna go Cali.
Yeah, no, leave me alone.
I'm sure calling is a verb to Primeheart,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm sure it's
To
a verb to
anyone.
many people.
well, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
I don't think it's just exclusive.
Hey, can I talk with you for a second?
Sure. What's up?
There's something I'm looking for.
Okay.
I know it was near ingredients or something to do with it. We're near Lamia Island. They might be around the island itself. You can't tell anyone, okay?
Sure. What's up?
It's mainly because it's not my information to tell, really. I want... You know how you didn't mind your Triton?
No.
You liked it.
Mhm.
It suited you. But this form, this is who you are. Right?
Yeah. More or less. It's me regardless of what body I'm in. But yeah, sometimes there's a form that suits us better than others.
Mari doesn't mind looking like a tabaxi. She doesn't mind it. Neither do I, clearly. I don't care. It's her. But I know that she wants to go back to looking human because she looks like her father. And that's very important to her, and I want to be able to give that back to her. Kelly, it's very important to me. I want her to be the happiest she can be. Can you help me do research? Looking into the way to get her old form.
I can try. I'm happy to try, and I understand that it means a lot to her. It's I'm glad that you understand, and it's not something that I'm glad it's just that she looks like her dad, and that's important, and it's not a my fiance's in a different body and therefore I don't like it anymore, because that's a weird.
That's
Yeah.
never what it's been. And if anyone
I'd
be very insulted if anyone's ever thought that.
No, I just wasn't sure. Not
Sorry.
that came out wrong. Not that I wasn't sure. I was just making sure.
I'm not good at social interaction.
You know what? Surprisingly, neither am I. I'm overly blunt in the best of circumstances. I'm happy to help you look into it.
Thank you.
I don't know why the Dragon Mother gave me an opportunity to come back to this body. I'm incredibly grateful for it, and I absolutely 100% believe a lot of it has to do with Airshale and the voices of my friends. I don't know how. I've never heard of anything else like it, but I'll certainly do my best.
I was given basically there's 3 ways, but I was given the ones that were most having her die again. And using the Airshell again. No, I'm not putting her through that. I'm not.
It's not my recommended.
No.
I wouldn't recommend it.
No, it wasn't. There was another way. Caden can't remember off the top of his head exactly what.
I think it may have had to do with something with the shaman.
Yes, there were some the shamans of this island. There's a ritual that Zeknar Feddles had described to you, that he had heard that in certain situations there is a group of chitin specifically, and I don't know if this all came out then, but this is what you would have learned over the trip. That there's a group of chitin that revere undeath, and they even believe that reincarnation, raised dead, resurrection, those are all forms of undeath, and that they have an ability that they can actually roll back. That they can put back the true form, because reincarnate sometimes makes you not chitin, and reincarnate is a type of magic they can do, but the being chitin is so important to their royal cast that that needs to be done. It's not easy, but you have heard that it can be done. That being said, there's a lot more to this group of the chitin, but that we'll go more into as we go on. But that's where you would have heard it.
You realize that?
Nathan, I have a thought.
What?
Mari's reincarnation went strangely. Because she's Nicosta, right?
Yes. She's still Nicosta, even if she looks tobacco.
She's still Nicosta, so she's never technically changed races. I don't know how that will work. But because the body is different, but who she is not.
I think it more to it potentially has more to do with the physical form, because if what I've learned is correct, it's the form that changes, nothing else. Regardless.
Yeah, I'm still me.
Exactly, you're still Kali. You were born half-orc.
Mm-hmm.
By all means, if you would still think yourself half-orc, then you damn well would be, because that's what you were born. It's what you were. That's what you existed as, and were accustomed to. That none of that really came out properly.
It's okay. It's all right. I was very, very happy being a Triton too, just as I'm very happy being a Dragon. I like breathing. I think that's kind of where I'm
I
at.
think that's a pretty good mentality to be in. Please, and he kind of cups her face. Keep that mentality.
I like breathing. I like ensuring that other people keep that as well. So
Yeah.
no.
But yeah, it's kind of, I'm a very one-track mind kind of person. That's where my mind's been at recently.
Well, I'm happy to help you with the research. I can't guarantee you that I can find you the answer, but I can do my best.
I appreciate it, Kali. And again, she hasn't talked about it for a reason with anyone else. So.
I can understand that. And I don't want to pry into her personal desires or anything like that, but there may be people that don't understand her reasons. And, I mean, we're all here together. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing for her to share it with a few more people beyond you as well.
That's up to her.
I understand that, and I agree. But you might encourage her to reach out a little bit as well.
I think I haven't. She's a lot more than what she appears to be.
We all are.
She is. There's a reason I fell in love with her pretty fast.
Huh?
She's also incredibly stubborn, so there's that.
All right. So you guys finish up your conversation. Oshi?
I was just gonna take glitter around and show him the port, so maybe he will try to run away. Like, show him what he wants to look at, and
Run away. I mean, he doesn't run away. He just goes exploring. I mean, there's a difference.
go exploring with him,
Right.
and figure out where he likes to go. So if he comes up missing, I know where to look first.
Very interested in. I gotta go with the same rules. Bread's probably bad for cats. So fish. Looking for fish. Looking for meat.
Cooked bread, anything cooked that has yeast in it is fine. It's the raw that's a problem.
I got it.
Small amounts that are
so-
cooked aren't a problem.
Some small amounts of donuts or whatever from the baker is not a big deal. The sugar might be.
As long as there's no chocolate.
Oh yeah, no chocolate, of course. But yeah, so basically, it's going to be what is there to eat a lot, and he's actually kind of interested in some of the fabric that they have. This sort of canvas material that I want to kind of come up with maybe next time of this something unique on the island that they get this from to kind of make this fabric here, which might be one of the other businesses that's there. So somebody making fabrics and things like that, and leathers and stuff, but we can talk more about that next time. So, but okay, so you take your son around, and he's very excited. But probably towards the end of that night, he's like, "Okay, I'm ready to go home now." And you start to have to kind of tell him that, well, you're kind of stuck here for a few days until we get back on the sea, and then back out to the ocean where you can teleport. But for now, he's kind of stuck there.
After that, I'm gonna try to use the sending stone. I'm not sure if the message would go through, but try to.
It does go through. So what do you say?
We explored the island a little bit today. Didn't go very far. They're safe. He's looked around. I miss you. That's kind of the little word, so that's probably it.
Okay. Everything's good here. Miss you. Love you. Very boring. Things going well type of thing. It's just worried about glitter. Going to probably can't say anymore. That's probably it. At some point, maybe the next day. I don't know if you play tomorrow or not, Jay. Oh, you do. Okay. Well, probably the next day he'll mention something about wanting to magic proof the house a little bit. Considering they're both kind of going down that road.
Yep.
It'll mean that GB struggles a little bit in certain spots of the house, but
GB
Alright,
doesn't have
Pip,
any
anything?
spells he should be casting in a house.
well, Mage Hand, that was the big one. So,
That's
Pip,
Yeah, Pip is actually, because he knows that at least one of the party members is capable of casting sending. Oh wait, no, sending doesn't work. They have to know the person. Never mind. Pip is going to look for somebody in Mistwatch. Dang it, they would have to know the person too. I'm thinking myself into a corner.
who are you trying to communicate with?
The mountain.
Oh, yeah, no, that's going to be a tough one. You would need to find a scroll and cast it yourself.
But Pip hates casting spells.
Well,
Okay. Yeah. Pip is going to try to look for ticks. Make sure that he's not infested with ticks.
okay. So you spend some time looking over yourself with ticks, and you're fine right now. There's doesn't seem to be a lot of them in this area, at least right now. Temperature's not quite right or something. All right, is that everyone? We got some conversations. Okay, all right. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up there. Good job, guys. I know it wasn't a role play or even combat heavy session, but you got some good moments in, and got to do some chit chat and do some world building, which is a little bit about what this is about, kind of setting the stage for Lamina as we get into probably the next 3 to 4 weeks worth of game, probably 4 to 5 weeks because we're going to be skipping a week. We'll be at WonderCon, so yeah, I'm so excited. I'm very excited to be here at Lamina. So this is going to be the stage. So we've got the this port of call that you're going to be coming to a couple of times, and then we got the ship. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe for a short while, as you take your first jaunt around the island, some of those roles swap. Some of the people come on from here, and then vice versa. Some of the people from the ship stay behind for a little bit.
Something that we didn't discuss, and you might be doing this with tomorrow night's crew of building out more of Mistwatch. I was just thinking that the last building that we didn't talk about, we might leave to the Twitter sphere. Just shoot out ideas for
Sure,
people
absolutely. Bob online, and we can. If you have an idea of a building that's kind of frontier land style building, not like Disneyland Frontierland, but a frontier necessity that we missed, please tweet at us. Absolutely, we'll be glad to use it, and we'll shout out your name and all of that good stuff. So anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Please go check out Die Hard Dice and World Anvil, of course. Die Hard Dice, use the coupon code Countless Heroes for 15% off, and you can go to World Anvil, use the coupon code 200,000. That's 2 with 5 zeros.
Woo!
To get 25% off over there. That's their big special for hitting 200,000 users. World Anvil is the most extreme and robust world building software that exists Even if you're just writing a novel or just want to organize notes, it's amazing. So go check them out. And then lastly, we're going to go ahead and do a raid over to Behold Roleplay, a new group I haven't seen before. They've got a nice setup and look like some cool cats. So we're going to go and say hi to them. Please come along on the raid, even if you can't stay, just to get the number up and make them, look real good and make them feel good. And we'll get that going right now. So thank you guys again, and we shall see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. PST for the next installment. All right, guys.
Night.
Good night. Oh, 1 second. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good night.